What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you.
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy, Geek, Scary Blue, or Jumbo Sauce? Batman, Batman, Rosaline, and
Awesome Huggy Wuggy.
Wuggy, Seek, Scary Blue, Double Josh, Bam Bam, Nam Nam, Frog Dude, Bevelina, Stinger Flynn, a Pila Bird, Awesome Wuggy Wuggy! Nam Nam!
In the wood?
Stinger Flynn! Squid Game, Huggy Wuggy! Baby Huggy Wuggy! Freddy Fazbear! Dizzy, Missy, Kelly, Willie, Jojo Charles! We have it up our game now! What the hell? Evil Foxy Bill! We have Evil Foxy Bill! Jordan the Bandit!
I thought his name
Freddy Fazbear!
for the box.
All right. Hello. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? Hey, Gluebird. Thank you for the $3. Hey, Not Perino. Hey, Lex. Hey, Nano Abyss. Any on the cartoon? Hey, Alex. Ader Games. How's it going, Lori? Thank you for the £5.
What is a mascot horror? A miserable little violent slob. Good enough talk. Have you, Phil?
Thank you, Lori. Hey, Knight. Thank you for the 6 months.
How you doing, Phil?
I'm doing pretty well. Drinking some energy drinks. Still not yet sponsored by energy drink company, but I will be soon. How's it going, Joy Jolo? Hey, Yessie the Fae. Hey, Kudo is watching. Howdy Minui. Hey, Mary. Hey, Skello. Hey, Egg. Turtle King. Hey, Twisted Myth. Hey, Moy. Non-creative. Hey, Champ. What flavor? The apple flavor, actually. Turns out it's actually pretty good if you, like, add 3 scoops instead of 2. Maybe I put too much water in it. I don't know. Hey, Mario fan. Hey, Middle Rose. Hey, Pit Does Minecraft. Thank you for 14 months.
Hi, Phil.
Hello there. How is everyone doing today? This week has been, a bit crazy, right? At least out into, like, the real world, I guess. But my channel is not about that, so We're here just to relax and talk about some dumb shit that doesn't matter.
Have you seen the Hello Neighbor thing?
The what Hello Neighbor thing? There's a lot of Hello Neighbor things that happen that I don't pay attention to. Thank you, sorry for the Oh, wait, you mean the movie, right? Nah. They announce movies left and right all the time. It's not really actually...
Hi. Hello.
Hello, Rusty. Thank you for the 27 months. Woo, that's a lot. It doesn't actually matter until you actually see proof of the movie being actually made. You can pass off scripts for, like, years before anything actually substantial comes of it. It's rough, but it's been alright so far. Look, I know that things are bad out there, and I can't really tell you to, you know, oh, feel better, like pick yourself up, do things right, or whatever other things. I've been seeing so much advice coming from people like this week of like, oh, you have to, you can't give up, you can't succumb to despair or whatever the hell. And I'm like, yeah, it's true. It's just it's also, you know, understandable that people feel shitty. It's also very understandable that people feel scared, people feel sad, people feel alienated or lonely. So, I can't tell you to just automatically feel better, but I can say that you're allowed to just distract yourself, you know? The world is a very big place, and let's be honest here, if you weren't, like, connected to the internet and didn't know what was going on all around the world 24/7, most bad news wouldn't really get to you and wouldn't really affect you negatively. Things are shitty, but you can disconnect yourself, you know? You can just relax. Just relax for a little bit, you know? It's okay.
27 months, thanks for the parasocial relationship.
We're not being parasocial here, Seb, but thank you for the 27 months. That's pretty good. Thank you, Denzel, for the membership. And thank you, Coden, for the super chat. What I was doing throughout the week, I was playing RE4 Remake, just beat it, and the DLC. Congratulations! That's literally my favorite game of all time. Well, sharing that spot with Silent Hill 2 Remake, I guess. Sometimes distractions are good. Exactly, Selin. I'm not here to give advice. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life, and I'm not here to bring any solutions to you. I will never be able to, because I'm not smart enough for that. You have to understand. But I can offer you some distractions, you know? We can talk about some dumb shit. Hey, Chris the Skunk, thank you for the membership. He ain't your therapist. Exactly, Lori. But, you know, as a professional internet clown, I can distract people with stuff that doesn't matter. For example, the topic of today, Mascot horror. What do you know about Mascot horror? Do you know things? Let's find out.
Currently vibing to you while eating McDonald's. Life is good.
Exactly, Fantasy Freak. Thank you for the 16 months. Thank you, Gonzalo Ladella, for a shit ton of Argentinian money. Hi, Phil. Love your streams, dude. Just wanted to recommend Block Tales from Roblox. Sounds like a Minecraft thing. Can't say much, but it's an RPG, and I'm sure you'll love it. Much love from Argentina, mi amigo chileno. Aw, muchas gracias. No, honestly, I don't know what defines Mascot horror. I just saw FNAF as an indie game, you know, before, not Mascot horror. Okay, we need to start defining stuff, I guess. This entire stream is going to be about defining the term Mascot horror. Hey, Paradisos, thank you for the membership, and thank you, Haydenson, for the 22 months.
Oh shit, what up, Phil? I feel like the last Mascot franchise I've paid attention to was Bendy, and it has felt oversaturated since then.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Hey, Brett Man, thank you for the 9 months.
What is a Mascot horror?
Alright. This stream is all about going to figure out what exactly is Mascot horror. Why do I need to even do this in the first place, you may ask? Like, Phil, why are you making an entire stream just for this, right?
Peta the Mascot horror.
Peter. The reason why, thank you Octojoker for the 23 months, is that I need to make a charity stream on December. Lots of things are happening at the end of the year. In fact, I was planning to do a like art contest like on November, but that has to be pushed out. I'm sorry for the ones that were looking forward to it, but a lot of stuff is happening at the end of the year. I have signed contracts for like sponsorships with G-Subs, and there's going to be a charity stream. I'm going to be making an Undertale lore stream. I'm going to be making a spicy food tier list jalapeno stream. All thanks to you guys, because you motherfuckers crushed it on the buying the vinyls and the hoodies.
Recently. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you, May. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff by the end of the month, but more specifically, we're going to be doing a Mascot horror slopathon, like retread / revisiting every single Mascot horror game that I've ever played on the channel. All back to back, which means that all throughout the month of December, I am going to be like streaming every single day, 12-hour streams every single day, until I replay every single Mascot horror game on the channel. That's a problem, though, if I don't know what a Mascot horror game is, so we have to define the term. Hey, Paradisos, thank you for the $2. I've been playing the new CCC update. I still need to continue SHAMELESS, actually. Did someone say Undertale? No. I mean, yes, I have to do a Undertale lore stream. I will do that, Rocky. But that is not relevant to the topic of the stream. Right now, I need to see how badly I've fucked myself over. You know? Hey, Sammy Boy, thank you for the $2. Hot take! Hello Neighbor isn't Mascot horror. Yeah, see? See, that's what I need. That's what I need on this stream. We need to talk about if Hello Neighbor even counts.
Mascot horror, more like Mascot Barrera Smash like.
What the fuck are you talking about? Thank you, Say Deity. But yes, so, to make sure that this works, and to make sure that everyone is okay with the terminology, we are going to be discussing this. I have a little dartboard here.
Mascot horror is whatever makes this torturous for you /
No, we need to have all an agreement to make sure that this stays fair. Hey, Paradox, thank you for the 4 months.
Been playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. Been going well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 4 months. We need to mascot that horror. There's so much. There is literally so much.
We need to mascot that horror. There's so much.
Let me actually show you what I've been preparing for the stream. Need to remove this and remove this. I still think Mascot horror is one focused around nostalgia while having relatively kid-friendly, or just have a marketable character. Does that count for Hello Neighbor? Hey, Watercup, thank you for Super Chat. Shagan Hawk's video on the subject is a must-watch. Yes. So what are we going to do today to be able to define the term? Well, first of all, that's not it. That's not it. I have a fucking tier list! These are all the Mascot horror games that I've played on the channel, or at least the ones that people would say are Mascot horror. We're going to be defining the term, and then we're going to be categorizing these games into these little camps over here. A bit, but doesn't count. Weird, but still counts. Maybe, but does not count. Not Mascot horror, and I need to add something at the top as well. Hold on. Add row above.
WTF, it just started?
It just started, yes. Welcome, Bomberman. Also, this is 100% Mascot horror, actually. There we go. We need to categorize these.
Hi, Phil. Have you ever considered streaming on Twitch?
Yes, actually, Neon. I've considered multiple times streaming on Twitch, and also like multi-streaming. But I have not done that because every time I see a news about Twitch, it sucks. Hey, Tony Sonic.
Horror is taking a child-friendly concept and twisting it into something scary.
Right.
We've seen this happen with pizzeria animatronics,
Mm-hmm.
Disney-esque cartoons,
Mm-hmm.
children's toys, and Thomas the Tank Engine.
Now, question, Tony Sonic, is your... Oh my god! Thank you, Gonzalo, for the 10 memberships.
Nice.
Question to you, Tony Sonic. Is your neighbor a kid-friendly concept? A child-friendly concept? Because if so, I don't think that... Because if not, I don't think Hello Neighbor can count. Hey Diego, thank you for the super chat. Did you get a new VR headset so you'll play a good, bad, and Grizzlies VR games for the marathon? No.
Full year. Wow.
Wowie! Thank you, Sammy. Everyone fears the weird old man. Is the weird old man kid-friendly until you turn him into an evil thing? Hey, no, the pop thing for the 11 months.
This when we ask if recounts. It has mascots.
Oh! Yes, we will also be getting into the topic of Resident Evil. So, the whole idea is we will be using this tier list when we find a definition that every single one of us is happy with. Then, for research purposes, we will be watching these videos. I will also leave them in the description to be able to, like, you know, give proper credit to its creators. We're going to be watching John Wolf's The Ups and Downs of Mascot Horror. Hey, Joaquin, thank you for the 14 months.
Haven't been able to catch a stream in quite a while. How have you been doing?
I've been doing chill. Just kind of like, you know, brain rotting with some YouTube shorts and stuff. Oh, by the way, I'm going to be watching YouTube shorts with people next week. So if you want me to watch your dumb favorite TikTok or whatever, you can send it over on the appropriate stream that's
So,
available
did you see
right
the
now.
new SH2 stuff? Loop confirmed.
Yes, I have seen the new SH2 stuff, and it's not confirmed. It's a developer thing, but, you know, it's not 100% confirmed. Hey, Diego, thank you for the $2. To the TV tropes and Urban Dictionary we go. Oh, shit, we should also look at the Urban Dictionary. Hold on. Mascot horror. TV tropes? Yeah! Yeah, we also have this. Okay, we will also go through this to make sure that we understand. Anyway, so we got... Hey, Rocky Stan, thank you for the super chat. For the €10.
Okay, so to get in context of mascot horror for me is quite simple.
Right.
Mascot horror is about making a game that looks friendly. With a friendly guy, he needs
The
to be
friendly
cute and
guy.
reachable and scary.
So, Hello Neighbor does not count then. Hey, Addy Shine, my definition of a mascot horror is that it has to be a game centered around an easily merchandisable character, which without context can be sold to little children. That's fucked. That's a fucked up definition, isn't it? Does that mean that the entirety of mascot horror is just a grift to be able to sell toys to children? Is that literally just it? Is there no artistic vision to this fucking genre? Is it literally just to appeal to children and nothing else? Hey Kevin, thank you for super... Because keep in mind, Tattletale, like, came out and is absolutely mascot horror, but, like, it did not have any, like, merchandise or anything.
Mascot horror, our favorite horror.
No, my favorite horror is survival horror, Alyssa, but thank you for the attempt anyway. It needs loss of childhood innocence as a story theme. Do you think that there's a story theme in most of these games? Really?
It need loss of childhood innocence, a story theme.
I don't know, man. I don't think that most of these games have themes at all. Like, what is Poppy Playtime's themes? Maybe making money, I guess. Ah, yes, the child trauma undertones of Baki. No, I mean, it needs to have, like, I don't know, kid-friendly characters at least. I know that for sure. Anyways, we're going to be watching The Ups and Downs of Mascot Horror with John Wolf, The Most Shameless Mascot Horror and Why It Doesn't Work by Glamrock Dusky.
I feel like every single person here has a different definition for this singular term.
Yes, which is why we need to make sure that we're all in agreement, or at least the members of the chat. That's why I have this set to, like, members only, because we need to come up as a community. We need to come up with an internal definition for what mascot horror is, so that I can be in the clear for when I include games or don't include games in the charity livestream. The theme is sell more toys! That's a problem, though. Tattletale did not sell any toys or merchandise. So if your definition is the main character or the main villain has to have, like, a toy or something, then you can include Slender Man, but you can't include Tattletale. And that's a problem! Hey, Kevin, thank you for the super chat. Ain't mascot horror about subversion of expectations? Not really, because, like, you kind of already know what you're getting yourself into with stuff like Baki as well. Hey, Eddie Shine. I didn't say it needs to be merchandise, it just needs to be merchandisable. No, but that's an even bigger problem, though! Because if it's merchandisable, what does it mean to be merchandisable? Because, like, Slender Man has gotten a fucking makeshift figure, you know? Like, the operator, the Slender Man from, like, Marble Hornets, it got a makeshift figure. So, you can merchandise literally anything. You can make merchandise of, like, fucking Chucky. Like, Chucky from Child's Play? Is that Mascot horror? It's Chucky from... It's Chucky from Child's Play Mascot horror. What do you consider merchandisable, though? Slenderman is a fucking Marble Hornets creepypasta character, though. Yeah! Is that Mascot horror? Hey, just that one guy, thank you for the membership. Mascot horror is such a Rubik's Cube of a concept, which is why we need to watch the video by John Wolfe. This guy coined the term Mascot horror. He is the one that invented it.
We are all in agreement that Doki Doki Literature Club isn't one, at least after I made a list, included it, and then was blasted for it.
Does it count? Does Doki Doki Literature Club count as Mascot horror? Hey, Plant Boy, thank you for the $1. Are we gonna talk about Doki Doki the Literature Club? We're gonna talk about it just for the concept alone, but I'm not gonna play it on the charity live stream because I haven't played it, like, on stream. No, I don't think so. I'm gonna fight you guys. I think it actually counts as Mascot horror.
Co-host's gonna be in the subathon.
Yes, I will make a Discord server and I will invite, like, every single person that's ever been on the channel. Thank you. Mario music in the background. Amazing, thank you. Phil has merch. Is he Mascot horror? No, because I'm not kid-friendly. Fuck off. Hey, Crash, thank you for the 15 months.
Mario music in the background. Amazing.
Hey, Sputon, thank you for the $5. Mascot horror IMO is taking something recognizable and nostalgic to kids and twisting it into something fucked. Hello, Neighbor, and Slender is not IMO.
Mascot horror emo is taking something recognizable and nostalgic to kids and twisting it into something fucked. Hello, Neighbor, and Slender is not emo.
Alright. Is Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared Mascot horror? Yes? Yes? I think so. Alright, here's a very important question. Because, like, you guys are counting, like, video games. We're counting, like, movies and shows. We can easily not count shows and movies. Like, we can count those later. Let's talk about games. Is Doki Doki Literature Club Mascot horror? Because, according to most of your guys' definitions, Mascot horror is taking something recognizable and nostalgic to kids and twisting into something fucked. Now, you know what Doki Doki Literature Club is, right? A dating sim. A friendly, like, romantic shoujo dating sim. And that genre is usually, you know, catered to kids, or maybe, like, teenagers. And you're supposed to, you know, be dating these, like, friendly high school girls or whatever. Dating sim is not for kids? Okay. Is it, though? Not for kids, for teenagers at least. I mean, teenagers counts as kids. Hey, Snoodle.
Mascot horror is taking a good idea and finding out how to make it cringe. No XD.
Does that mean that Sonic.exe is Mascot horror? No, it's not for kids. Then why is every single fucking visual novel dating sim in high school? Does that mean that it's literally made for pedophiles? Most dating sims take place in high school. I would imagine that teenagers, horny teenagers, would be into that shit. Hey, Crash, thank you for the one membership, for the one gifted membership. They're all canonically 18. They're in high school. What do you mean? Hey, Tony Sonic, thank you for the $5.
Sims are for incels, not kids.
Right.
Hello, Neighbors concept is breaking and entering.
Hey, Notice Soviet Spy, thank you for the $5.
What dating sim are you playing that's targeted to kids, Phil?
Usually shoujo romance, like, visual novel things. You know? Like, it's like, oh my god, I'm in my first day of high school. I hope that I don't run into a cute girl. Teehee.
Mascot horror.
Is druids a family-friendly concept? You guys are derailing the fucking stream. Hey Gonzalo, Mascot horror is grabbing something and making it fucked up. Isn't that analog horror though? No. Wait. Wait. Is the Walton Files Mascot horror or analog horror?
What did I walk in on, bro?
I'm trying to define the term Mascot horror, Kako. It's both. Okay, we can have both. That's good. Is Mandela Catalog analog horror? Yes, it is. Absolutely, 100%. Hey, some guy. Anyways, continuing on the term, you motherfuckers are... Oh, okay. Thank you, DigiWolf. So, we're gonna be watching The Ups and Downs of Mascot Horror by John Wolfe. We're gonna be watching The Most Shameless Mascot Horror and Why It Doesn't Work by Glamrock Dusky. We're gonna be watching Why Mascot Horror Absolutely Sucks by Cut Cafe. Hey, Addy Shine. Slenderman is not Mascot Horror because its merch won't be allowed by parents and it still looks creepy. And Doki Doki does not count because its merchandise is not targeted towards little kids. No. No. No, it's not. Because anime and Japan. Look. The thing with Doki Doki is that it is specifically targeting the whole idea of dating sims and twisting it into a fucked up concept. Where, like, the characters inside of the dating sim are alive and sentient. That can absolutely fit a Mascot horror mold. You just have to get your head out of your ass and think about it in more like a Japanese term, you know? Of, like, toys for, like, teenagers, I guess. Is Ao Oni a Mascot horror? I don't know if the Oni thing is, like... I mean, that's like a Japanese, like, demon legend thing. Pretty sure it's not. Hey, Koi Cat, thank you for the membership. A lot of people want to get their fucking word out on this stream. You have to understand, we just started doing this. We're not gonna be able to define anything if we just, like, trip over each other's dicks to get our fucking word out. Fucking calm down. Do content farms enter the discussion somehow? Most content farms usually, you know, exploit Mascot horror for views and, like, notoriety. So I guess that, I mean, they would count, but not... content farms themselves are not Mascot horror. Yuri licking the blood from your fingers isn't really kid-friendly. Yeah, because it's supposed to be a corruption of that kid-friendly thing. You know? Like, it's Doki Doki is supposed to be a corruption. Well, what do you think? Fucking Fredbear chomping your fucking frontal lobe isn't very kid-friendly? Yeah, no shit. It's supposed to be a corruption of those kid-friendly concepts. What about Yandere Sim? Nah, absolutely not. And finally, we're gonna be... I forgot I put this in. Hold on a second. Indie horror game Slander. Hello neighbor, developers chasing down MatPat for a game theory video.
I know what I was thinking, leaving my child behind. Now I suffer.
Parents actually looking into Poppy Playtime after their 5-year-old has been talking about it, buying toys from it for months. Bendy fans being told the Rock Revival will release in 2019. Baldi's Basics fans explain the deep, complex lore shitpost. Wait, is Baldi a fucking Mascot horror game? I don't think it's supposed to be horror, right? Indie horror developer try not to be shady. Challenge impossible. FNAF fans watching the same JPEG vibrate across the screen for the 14th time.
Maybe this is a hot take, but I don't think people should see all Mascot horror as something made for kids. It's a genre just like any horror.
Well, it's not made for kids. It's taking child-friendly concepts and twisting them into something not for kids. Indie horror fans watching their favorite game die out because MatPat and Markiplier didn't play it. I didn't know that was there. DDLC fans when their game doesn't require watching hours of theory videos to understand. That's fucking false, you asshole! Thank you, Not a Soviet Spy. Indie horror songs being either the worst fucking thing you've ever heard on your life or straight up a musical masterpiece. Oh, okay. That was way better than I thought it would be. Absolutely perfect. Yep, that's Mascot Horror, everybody. That's it. That's it, we good. That's the definition of Mascot Horror.
That had me rolling.
Oh. Thank you, Voidless Snake, for the 26 months. That's the stream! No. We have to get serious. Get fucking centered, my boy. So, I have a whiteboard. Literally, look. Let me prepare it for you guys. The video has way more interest. Is way more interesting than Hello Neighbor 1 and 2. Thank you, Gonzalo. Right, so I have a fucking MS Paint whiteboard. Has anybody here seen Pirate Software? Hello. Fuckers. We're gonna be using this whiteboard in order to write down our thoughts on what fucking the thing is. How do I go back? There we go. So, we're gonna be putting down here. What is Hello. Thank you, Draxum, for the $10.
Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food and about the hot food and eat it?
Thank you. Thank you. What is Mascot Horror? And we're gonna have like our definition set up here.
The dating sim demographic tends to be 18 to 24, and a lot of dating sims get shipped to the US and censored. A ton of iconic dating sims are here gay. Kids aren't gonna be playing shit with sex scenes slash.
I mean, they shouldn't. I don't know about won't. That's the problem, isn't it? What is Mascot Horror? We are going to put our definitions here and going to put it like bullet points on what the definition actually is. So, let's read up from the official TV Tropes page on Mascot Horror and see if we can, like, agree on all of these definitions. It's a bit long, actually. Woof. Oh, there's examples here, too! Is Doki here? Let's see. Doki. Oh! Alright, we're gonna have to read this. This is actually like a very important, like, crucial resource. Alright, so. Let's properly begin, shall we? Mascot Horror. A subgenre of horror popularized by indie horror games in the mid-2010s. Instead of a masses of enemies, an intangible terror, or an actively horrific threat, make the main terror to be a recognizable corporeal character or a group of characters who, with some defanging, could easily be the mascots of a children's media franchise, and often are in-universe. This mascot essentially serves as a mascot for the game too, always showing up on the cover art, contrasting greatly with the dark, atmospheric cover art that most horror games have. In conjunction with this, add further allusions to the player's childhood by having references to some recognizable childhood media, especially for late millennia or Gen Z players. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Hey, Wiccan, thank you for the €5.
I'd say the monster/antagonist should be a mascot/kid-friendly character within the game's universe.
Alright, so we are going to be adding this into our definition. So, we would put actual mascot then? Like a real mascot in universe, right? Does anybody agree to that? It has to have a real mascot in universe. Alright. Real in universe mascot. We good with that? That definition is interesting because I feel like it doesn't fully encapsulate every game I view as being mascot horror. I know, right? Which is why we're gonna be like striking through these if like we find like some kind of like issue or problem with the definitions. So let's go back to this. So we all kind of agree on the use of a real mascot inside of the game's universe that otherwise becomes creepy or fucked up or corrupted in order to serve the purposes of a horror game. You know? That's a good start. The recency and unusually specific nature of this genre, despite its numerous examples, derives from the heavy influence of Five Nights at Freddy's, which started the trend in 2014. Did it, though? Did it, though? I mean, if you can define mascot horror as a recognizable mascot character for your franchise, you could argue that Child's Play is the originator of the mascot horror genre, you know? Where the Creeper says, by that logic, mascot horror existed when clowns and dolls became creepy. Is there a horror game that has a clown in it? I guess that could also count as mascot horror. 123 Slaughter Me Street technically started it. Was that before FNAF? Hold on a second. 123 Slaughter Me Street. Release date. It was released on... No, it was released on September 28th, 2015. No, we good. We good. That is not true. Good. Is Terrifier mascot horror? Now, the problem is, do we consider clowns and jesters mascots? I don't think so. I mean, it would have to be like a very specific clown character, you know? Like It, like Pennywise the Clown. If it's just generalized clown, I don't think that counts. But Chucky from the Child's Play franchise, like, I would say that's mascot horror. Like, Child's Play. Let me... Here we go. So, if we define this as, like, a generalized mascot within the universe, and then we say that we corrupt that mascot into something that's not kid-friendly, we can say that Child's Play is technically the originator of mascots, like, the earliest, most popular example of the genre. Wispy Echo says, Chucky is mascot horror because it does have a mascot within the universe. That is interesting, then. Because, like, this came out in, like, what, 99? No, wait, 1988! Wow. Chucky, Lee Ray, the main title is the Child's Play horror franchise. It's an American slasher media franchise created by Don Mancini So, like, this is awesome because Chucky himself has had multiple toys and merchandise of the good guy doll sold throughout the, like, 90s and, like, early 2000s and even, like, up to now. Like, he's had, like, merchandising potential ever since he actually became a thing. Okay, here's the more interesting question, guys. If Don Mancini made an official Child's Play / Chucky, like, game, first-person horror game, like an actual horror game, would that count as Mascot horror? Isn't Mascot horror a video game only thing? No! There's nothing here that really requires the brand of a game to be on display. It could be a movie.
Whether Chucky is mascot horror or not, he's still as stupid of an idea as Bonbon.
First time I'm considering banning someone off the stream. First time I'm considering banning someone off of a stream for that comment, motherfucker. Chucky was my childhood, motherfucker. Why do you think that I'm so obsessed with Mascot horror? Is it because of FNAF? Fuck off. I watched the Child's Play movies when I was a kid. That thing traumatized me, gotta be honest. But it was pretty fun. Hey, Victor Corona, thank you for the membership. Diego says, wait, would creepypasta like Sonic.exe technically be Mascot horror? We're gonna be talking about that later because that's an entirely different point. I mean, could you consider Sonic a mascot? I guess not within the universe, though there has been, like, Sonic merchandise in the universe of Sonic, actually.
We talking about Chucky? This is where I join.
Yes, Victor. We're like trying to find the original originator of Mascot horror. Chucky ain't a bad idea. Son of Chucky is great. Thank you, Kevin. Like, okay, let me go back onto the responses. Yes, sure, truly count. Yes, it doesn't matter if it's a game or not. It matters if the definition fits like a glove. And so far, do you need any actual mechanical gameplay definitions for Mascot horror?
I feel as though the term mascot horror started around FNAF, but the actual meaning has been done well before.
Exactly. Like, let's take this by, okay, Mascot horror. For the term to be applicable, do you need any gameplay in your game? Do you need jump scares for it to be a Mascot horror game, for example?
Haunted game / port is distinctive subgenre of MH.
It could be a subgenre, like, maybe, like, all EXE things are Mascot horror, but not all Mascot horror is an EXE thing. Do you need jump scares? Do you need cameras for a Mascot horror game? Do you need chase sections, like in Poppy? Is Herobrine Mascot horror or just creepypasta? Just a creepypasta, because Herobrine's, like, not just brother is not a mascot within the Minecraft universe. Exactly. So we can technically say that Chucky is the originator of the Mascot horror genre. Hey, SJ Plays, thank you for the $5.
Played Amnesia recently and noticed the problem with mascots. It's much scarier if you don't know what's hunting you.
I could disagree with that, because, like, eventually you will know what's chasing you either way.
Hear me out. Monokuma from Danganronpa.
Oh!
Hates Sonic and has had children in V3, so he's technically mascot horror.
Okay, Monokuma from Danganronpa is an interesting example, because that guy is supposed to be a mascot, but Danganronpa is not a horror game. For it to be mascot horror, you would need to have a mascot in a horror media, so it's not.
Modern Sonic.exe is an alien that came to Earth and developed Sonic because it's recognizable to humans. So maybe? I could be wrong.
Really?
It feels like a lot could be mascot horror ATP.
Yeah, which is why we need to, like, shrink down the definition. I'm sorry. He's an alien? He's an ET? He's a UFO? He's a little green man? Wait, let me Google that, actually. he's a little alien boy. Is Sonic.exe an alien? Hold on. Sonic.exe's true name has been changed from X to Shinofane. He goes by Shen. In human form. Adaptational species change. The original Sonic.exe was commonly interpreted as a demon, but as since then, Xenophanes has been firmly identified as an alien. You gotta be shitting me.
The real mascot horror was the friends we made along the way.
Lord Shen. Alright, enough about Sonic.exe. Is Animorphs mascot horror? It takes the kid-friendly Power Ranger setup and adds body horror, cosmic horror, and terrorism. Animorphs is not a horror franchise. I mean, it could horrify you, but it's not sold as a horror franchise. To reiterate what I said before, Sonic.exe isn't mascot horror. It's just plain slop. Thank you, G-Star. Alright, so far, through our definition, we can say that Chucky is mascot horror. It's like the first instance of it. Unless, is there anything earlier than Child's Play / Chucky that anybody here can remember that would count as mascot horror? Anything at all. Anything at all. Jason Voorhees can't really because he's not a mascot within the universe of the story. Stephen King's It. When was that released? Stephen King... Okay, so the movie came out in 1990, so that was after Child's Play. Not sure when the book was. September 1986. Is Pennywise the Clown a known mascot within the town of It? Pennywise the Clown. It, also known as Pennywise or Pennywise the Dancing Clown, is the titular antagonist of Stephen King's 1986 horror novel of the same name. Maybe Puppet Master. Puppet Master came out before Chucky? Puppet Master Wiki. Hey, I'm Plu, thank you for the 7 months.
Wow, 7 months, huh?
Yeah.
One question. Have you seen the trailer for Low Budget Repairs Driller? It's funny as shit, _FireMow.
I don't know what budget repairs is. Thank you though, I'm Plu, for the 7 months. Puppet Master is an American horror film series which focuses on anthropomorphic puppets animated by Egyptian Spell. I think Zach covered this some time ago. Maybe? The series was established in 1989 with the eponymous first installment. Okay, so it does not predate Child's Play then. It does not predate Child's Play. Came out in 1989, so that's a year late. Child's Play was in 1988. Annabelle, guys, please. Annabelle? Let's see. The character is an... Okay, so Pennywise the Clown, the character is an ancient, trans-dimensional... Ooh, I'm so happy for his transition. Malevolent entity who preys upon the children, of Derry, Maine, roughly every 27 years, using a variety of powers that include the ability to shapeshift, manipulation of reality... The problem is Pennywise an actual mascot clown within Derry? Full name unknown, possibly nameless. Does the Great Gabbo count? What is the Great Gabbo? Probably a meme. What the fuck is this? Puppet Master does not count. Sorry, Diego, we already looked into that. The Great Gabbo is a 1929 American pre-code early sound musical drama film directed by James Cruz, based on Ben Hecht's short story The Rival Dummy. Original released, certain sequences were presented in multicolor. Is this horror? First of all. Oh, that guy's creepy though. Hello, Gabbo. And a ventriloquist dummy Otto. Let's see. Okay, so he's definitely creepy. The Great Gabo open to lukewarm reviews. Does Jurassic Park count as mascot horror?
Does Jurassic Park count as mascot horror?
I could actually make the case that it could be. Do we consider dinosaurs themselves as mascots? Because, like, the dinosaurs of Jurassic Park are actually not technically dinosaurs. They're, like, weird monsters that were created in the image of a dinosaur using, like, frog DNA. Like, combined with, like, DNA of real dinosaurs. You could say that the dinosaurs of Jurassic Park are, like, fake dinosaurs. Like, created from the concept of a dinosaur mascot, I guess. Like, there's a whole park. You're supposed to be, like, watching them, and, like, they're supposed to be, like, for entertainment. Usually for children, you know? No! They're merchandisable. Do you count stuff that is made by nature as mascot horror? Also, you may think, oh, this is so stupid, Phil. Why are you talking about Jurassic Park? This is obviously not mascot horror. Or like, oh, maybe, but like, who cares? It's not like you're gonna play Jurassic Park on stream, right? Yeah, but what about Psychosis? Is Psychosis mascot horror? See? This is why we need to define all this stuff. Because Psychosis is a real example of something that could be considered mascot horror if you count animals as mascots, and then they could be corrupted into mascot horror villains. Animals are mascots. Like, zoo animals, for example. Jurassic Park is a zoo, like a giant park zoo, and your like children are meant to like go there and have fun and look at the animals. Toki Tina from the Twilight Zone is the earliest example of a child's mascot character turning evil, from what I know.
Schrodinger's mascot.
Let's see. Toki Tina Twilight Zone. Oh, what the fuck is this? Living Doll is a 1920. There was a movie called Dolls from 1987. Living Doll is the 126th episode of the American television anthology series The Twilight Zone. In this episode, a man suspects that his stepdaughter's new doll is not only sentient but also intends to kill him. Original air date 1963, baby. All right. This may be the earliest instance. If we count Chucky as mascot horror, we may have to count Toki Tina. Let's see. Annabelle buys her daughter Christy a wind-up doll named Toki Tina to comfort her. When wound, the doll says, "My name is Toki Tina and I love you very much." Annabelle has recently remarried to an infertile man named Eric Strader. Frustrated by his inability to have his children with Annabelle, Eric directs his hostility towards Christy. He also becomes upset with Annabelle for wasting money by purchasing the doll. Blah, 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 blah. When Eric is alone, he winds up the doll. It substitutes its catchphrase with antagonisms such as, "I don't like you." He blames the doll's manufacturer. He places the doll in a trash can in the garage, but then receives a phone call and hears the doll's voice threatening to kill him. Checking the trash can, he finds it empty. Runs upstairs. Annabelle begins packing to leave. By this logic, mascot horror was started by the earliest religions by demonizing animals such as snakes or goats. You know what? Ver the Creeper, I do concede that point. Okay. Are we in agreement then that regular-ass animals don't count for mascot horror? Are we in agreement with that? Do you have to at least put a bow tie and a hat on a fucking bear for it to count as mascot horror? Yes. Okay, good. We will put that on the list. So, let me go over here. And then put it here. Not... regular animals. All right, so glad we settled on that. Very good. So that means that Psychosis is not mascot horror. That's very valuable. That means that I don't have to replay Psychosis on stream.
First mascot horror made by Uck and Greg in cave painting with scary man Indiana 20000 BC.
Thank you, not a Soviet spy. Alright, so. Later that night, Eric is awakened by muffled noises. He tells Annabelle to stay in the bedroom and leaves to investigate. My name is Chucky Tina, and you'd better be nice to me. Realizing that Eric is telling the truth, Annabelle drops the doll in shock. Of course, we all know dolls can't really talk, and they certainly can't commit murder. But to a child caught in the middle of a turmoil and conflict, a doll can become many things. Friend, defender, guardian. Especially a doll like Talkie Tina, who did talk and commit murder in the misty region of the Twilight Zone.
Furries are one of the main rules for horror to be mascot horror.
You kinda have to have furries. You can't have just a regular-ass bear. You need it to be, like, a bear with, like, a bow tie and nothing else. Hey, Gluebird.
Mentioned on chat, but if Clyde is the mascot for Pastra's channel who in canon ruins Halloween for everyone, would that mean Doai is mascot horror?
Zach, are you here? Let me go type it out on Discord for him. Zach, is DOAI mascot horror? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. We will get an answer to that later. I mean, here's a question. Does the mascot have to come first, or the evil thing? Because from what I understand from DOAI, from the story of DOAI, is that there are demons called Veldigan in the world of Pastra's DOAI, and then later, the Veldigan are turned, like, or like at least Clyde is turned into a marketable character, like a friendly version of Clyde the Veldigan, right? Let's see. Sack responds, no, but I could see someone making the argument for it to be mascot horror adjacent. That's what we are talking about right now. Like, the whole idea here is that you need to have a mascot that you can then turn into a horror thing. But what about things that were horror related that then got turned into a marketable mascot? Like the other way around, you know? Mascot is the form, evil can be first. I just arrived, what did I miss? We're talking about, we're seeing, okay, like, example, metaphor example. Let's say, for example, that, fucking, I don't know what. Freddy Fazbear. Let's go Freddy Fazbear. Everybody knows Freddy Fazbear here. Raise your hand if you know Freddy Fazbear. Horror. Okay, so let's say that back in the fucking 70s, true lore, by the way, like lore.txt for the FNAF franchise. Let's say that back in Utah in the 1970s, there was a fucking demon in the shape of a bear with a bow tie and like a hat, right? And then like William Afton saw that shit and went like, ooh, that kind of looks like a bear in a bow tie and a hat. Let me go make a restaurant, and we're gonna call and we're gonna have a mascot with like this demon bear as like the mascot. What should we call it? And then the demon bear like whispers in his ears like, I'm called Frederick. And then William Afton says, oh, I'm gonna call it Freddy Fazbear. Like, would that still count? You know? If, like, originally it was, like, an evil bear demon, and then it got turned into, like, a friendly Freddy Fazbear? That's basically DOAI. Yeah, that's what I'm making the metaphor for, Zach. Hey, Pastra says on DMs, it's close, because, like, Clyde is a marketable design and in-universe sold as plushies, but he's also a giant child-eating demon. Yeah, like, because, like, I'm doing it based on, like, the order of it. Usually for mascot horror, you have to have a marketable mascot, and then it gets fucked up, right? But what if it was originally a demon, and then it got turned into a marketable thing in universe? I would say that if they can be profited from animals can be mascot horror as the face of whatever business is using them. Yeah, but you can't just have, like, a snake. You need to have Snakey the singing snake with, like, a fucking tuxedo or something. You need to have, like, additional features to make it, like, a unique mascot, you know? I could see the argument being made for it genuinely. That's what people in the chat are doing right now, Zach.
Does Scream count? Because after Scream 1 stab happens, then people want to emulate the stab films, which are just Scream but in universe.
Right. Wait, okay, I have seen the Scream movies. The Scream movies, they took a fucking, like, spurred Halloween costume in the Scream universe, and they turned it into an actual real-life serial killer, and then people got inspired by that, and then they made movies off of the real murders in Scream. Would that turn them into a mascot horror thing? No, because the Halloween costume is not kid-friendly. And the horror movies are just horror movies. They're not, like, kid merchandise entertainment, so it doesn't count. No, it does not count. It's really hard to, like, define this, actually. Wasn't Spirit Halloween. If you say mascot horror couldn't be for 500 Mickey Mouse games that came out when the copyright expired, well, kind of mascot horror. No, not really. Hey, JD, thank you for the super chat. Scream literally is half owned by a company who made the masks. Yeah, the masks themselves are not kid-friendly, so it does not count. It has to be kid-friendly. Okay. We're gonna have to put this here. Mascot must be kid friendly. That's a long one. Oh, I made it. There we go. The mascot must be kid-friendly for this to count. Would Megan count as mascot horror? The problem with haunted dolls is that they are not, like, a popular franchise within the universe. It's just some fucking doll, you know? Maybe if it was Barbie, but I can't see that, you know? Like, from Child's Play is a perfect example of this, because you literally see a commercial for the good guy dolls in the first movie. And you see, like, actual working good guy dolls in Child's Play. That's why it's such a good example of an early mascot horror thing. Stuff like Annabelle, stuff like Talking Tina, like, I'm not sure if those things are actually a popular brand within the universe. Yeah, and with DOAI, I should stress, it is not made for kids, so keep that in mind. Yeah, but it... We're not talking about the mascot horror franchise being kid-friendly. I'm talking about the mascot within the universe of the franchise being a kid-friendly thing. Is Clyde, the marketable Clyde, a kid-friendly mascot, or is it supposed to be, like, for teens or adults? I mean, if it like plushies are being sold in the universe, then it would be for children. Hey, Boo, thank you for the $10.
If you want my solid take, I think the mascot design comes first before any other aspect of the horror property. No gameplay or scenes, nothing. They're made solely to insert it into a horror setting.
Alright, so let's continue the TV tropes definition, and let's continue seeing this. We need some, I don't know why I have Nintendo music on this. Let's see. Is there chill mascot horror music that we can play? Apparently there's a fucking ukulele mascot horror game. What? I just put chill autism music. I love the autism music. I like it. That's pretty good. Alright. Don't fret. He is sold as plushies in the same way that Mothman is. Oh, so it's like a collectible for, like, fans. It's not really for children. That makes sense. Did you know that the real Annabelle is a Raggedy Ann doll? From, like, the actual story? Oh, that makes so much more sense compared to, like, the weird, creepy porcelain puppet of the movies. I didn't know that. Thank you, Baxter. So, would Cthulhu count as mascot horror since they're a plushie now?
So would Cthulhu count as mascot horror since they're plushie now?
Oh, that's a really good argument, because Cthulhu originated as, like, this horrifying monster beyond all known, like, human comprehension, but then people made, like, cute plushies of him. But wait, no, Cthulhu is not a mascot within the universe. Target audience fail. 90s slashers are not for kids. Okay! 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 Hit the bell! No, no, no. Actually, objection. Objection music with that. Okay. Objection, Your Honor! I was there for, like, the early 2000s. And I can say with absolute fucking certainty that 90s slashers and action movie characters were targeted towards children in the same way that Transformers were. I have seen RoboCop action figures for children. There were... Have you seen Men in Black? Men in Black got a TV show for children. I can guarantee that most adult movies and adult content in the late 90s to early 2000s ended up being made and targeted towards children because of the iconic nature of those franchises. There have been multiple cartoons based on these slasher characters because children ended up getting attached to them. I know that for sure because I lived through that. Have you seen the Men in Black and RoboCop fucking action? You know what happens in fucking RoboCop? A guy's fucking brain gets exploded. Let me show you. Hopefully this does not get the stream taken down. RoboCop brain explode scene. Where is it? Actually, no, I'm not risking this. RoboCop kids cartoon. No. Kids cartoon commercial? Yeah, there's you can see a bunch of these.
But was the original intent was for IT to make kids' toys?
No, it wasn't! But it ended up being that! The argument cannot be made that those things... Wait a second! Wait a second! Wait a second! Hold on a second! If you mean that, if you truly mean that, was Five Nights at Freddy's originally meant for children? Was Five Nights at Freddy's 1 originally made for children? As you know, Scott Cawthon is a religious man and included multiple dead children in the first Five Nights at Freddy's game through the newspaper clippings. Before the success of Five Nights at Freddy's, do you truly believe that Scott Cawthon wanted to get into the business of selling creepy, spooky-ass bear figures for children. Kids played it either way, though, just like the 90s slasher movies! Do you really believe that just because something originally did not start as being made for children, that actually means that it's not mascot horror? If the originator of this term, Five Nights at Freddy's, was not originally made for children, it just pivoted to that. It pivoted to that. You can absolutely have a franchise that pivots towards marketing stuff for children, and then that turns into mascot horror. Not only that, it turns into the originator of the term itself that everyone knows. If your argument is that 90s slashers or 90s franchises can't be considered mascot horror because they're not targeted towards kids initially, you can say the same thing about you can say the same thing about Five Nights at Freddy's. You can absolutely say the same thing about Five Nights at Freddy's. It was made for the indie horror trend for teenagers. No, there was no indie horror trend. Do you think Scott Cawthon, a 50-year-old man, specifically made it for that trend? He doesn't know he didn't know what the fuck a Markiplier was.
Walk into.
Scott Cawthon did not know about the trends of the the mid 2010s. That man was making cat meme phone games on Click Team before the release of Five Nights at Freddy's. What about Beetlejuice? Beetlejuice is just a fucking guy! He's not a mascot. Scott did not make Five Nights at Freddy's to go alongside the teenager, YouTuber demographic trend. He didn't know what it was. He was surprised by the reception towards Five Nights at Freddy's. It was lightning in a bottle. Have you seen the interviews back in 2014 when Five Nights at Freddy's dropped? It was not made because of that. It's getting heated. It's getting fucking heated. Bro just made a horror game as one last hurrah. He didn't expect anything to come from it. Yeah, I don't think he definitely didn't intend for children for playing it. Outlast, Amnesia, Slender were all over YouTube. Motherfucker! Do you think that Scott has seen YouTube videos about Outlast? The last game that he played was fucking Mega Man! The original! Like Mega Man X, at least.
Do you have a playlist for your intro and stream music? A lot of it slaps. Also, did you see the studio making Bendy and they announced the director?
Yes. I don't recognize that director though, so I'm not really excited either way. Chipper, Lumbers & Co., Desolate Hope, need I say more? Yeah, those things are like... I mean, were those targeted at children? Huh. I guess. They were phone games. I did not specifically think he was targeted at children, though. If you get to the creepypasta part of Mascot Horror, could you please search up the Spirit Halloween costumes made for them? They're genuine gold. Sure, I'll do it when I get to that part of the stream. Your heated rant crashed my YouTube. The Desolate Hope, most likely not, but definitely Chipper and Sons. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that FNAF itself was made towards children. In fact, FNAF itself was made because of the reception that Chipper and Sons got from Jim Sterling. In fact, if you want to watch that video, we can watch it right now because it's available on YouTube. You guys want to know the actual origin of Five Nights at Freddy's? Jim Stephanie Sterling made a review for Chipper and Sons. This is it. This is it, baby!
This is a trailer for Chipper and Sons.
This is what originated Five Nights at Freddy's.
Lumber Company on Steam Greenlight. Terrifying. Utterly What in the name of Jesus Saint McFuck?
Hey, Eddie Shine, thank you for the super chat.
Oh, he's chopping the... I thought he was just farting out wood.
Scott's comment is probably still under the video. Thank you for making FNAF, says Super Wee Bros. There is no Scott Coffin comment underneath this, sadly.
You may notice the dead, terrifying, soulless eyes of the background characters. That's a signature of Chip and whatever the fuck it was called, Chipper and Sons. Look at them, they're just... I like to think that Chipper here, the little fellow, is just forcing these other beavers to chop forever against their will. They want to die. They know they should die.
Fun fact, you can even see the original inspirations for Bonnie and Chica on the totems of Chipper and Sons. You can see them right there.
This trailer...
And there is an actual robot bear in a area of Chipper and Sons as well.
In fact, the entire Greenlight page was on Steam Greenlight yesterday, and apparently within a day was taken down by the maker. So we're kind of cheating a bit, because obviously I have access to the trailers
Yeah, Bruce. Yeah, I need to find Bruce. Where is Bruce here?
still, and it's too horrifying not to show.
Na 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 na.
It's just all over the fucking place, and that thing looks like it's gonna kill your children.
Now, the reason for why Scott made Five Nights at Freddy's is because he saw the feedback given to him by Jim Stephanie Sterling on this video, and taking that feedback, he made Five Nights at Freddy's, a game specifically made as a response to the comment, "Oh, these things will kill your children." Like, oh, these soulless, empty husks, robots roaming around, they will kill, maim your children. Like, that is just FNAF. Now, does that mean that Scott made FNAF for children? I don't think so. I think he took the concept of these things will kill your children and then set the whole thing up in an animatronic pizzeria. But that in and of itself does not mean that it was made for children. He definitely made Chipper and Sons at least child-friendly. But then because it was creepy, he pivoted towards that more horrific... Yeah, that's it! Hey, that's Freddy! Hello there, Proto-Freddy! That's literally it. That's him. Right then and there. That's Proto-Freddy.
Again, in the world of Chipper and Sons.
That's actually really fucking creepy. Like, genuinely, like him grabbing the trees with his bare fists, showing how gigantic he is across in the background, being, like, darkened up, his face darkened up, his silhouette showing, like, faintly appearing in the background. That is fucking... ugh. Like, I can absolutely see why, like, Stephanie said that this was horrific. There's a bear robot in The Desolate Hope as well. I guess the concept was, like, just festering in there. Look at it! You can literally see him in the background of the spooky trees background for this minigame. You can literally see his eyes, like, lit up in the darkness. That's Freddy! That's him! That's the boy! Just hiding there, biding his time. But yes, I would not take Chipper and Sons as an argument that FNAF was made for children, at least originally, because this specifically was created after, like, the creator of this video talked about how creepy these things were. There was also a Gravity Falls episode with a Chuck E. Cheese parody, which also came at the same time as FNAF. A lot of people... There we go! There's Bruce! There's my boy! Where is he? Where is he? Hold on, you can almost see him here. Almost there. There we go! Look at that! Look at that motherfucker! Hell, the Woodbot hand kind of looks like Springtrap's hand if you really think about it. Look at that boy! Proto Freddy. Yeah, like the way that the hand... Wait, is that literally Springtrap's hand? With the way that it's constructed, it kind of looks like a... Like he used this as a base for Springtrap's hand, actually. That's weird. Well, it was literally made by the same guy, so like, of course that it would look similar, you know? Man. Anyways, why were we talking about this? I completely lost the plot. Why were we talking about this? I'm sorry. Why were we talking about Chipper and Sons? Shit. Child's Play? Yeah, we need to go back to the Mascot horror definition. Wasn't Desolate Hope kid-friendly existentialism? I don't know, I never played that game. Thank you, Diego. Let's go back to the definition. Let's see if we can find any more, like, necessities for the term to... for the Mascot horror term. We must focus! Oh, yeah. Let's put this right away. Let's put this right away on the definition. Must... at least supposed to be scary. Must be a horror thing. Or at least tries to be. You know, attempts to be? Tries to be scary. Most, like, indie Mascot horror games that are put up on Steam nowadays, like, are too devoid of any actual creativity. So they just copy, like, Bendy or, like, Poppy's, like, mold. But at least, like, it's, like, it's supposed to try to be scary a little bit, you know? It has to try to be a horror game, at least. Yes. Anyways, let's go back to this. Ba-jabba-jabba-jabba-jabba-jabba-jabba. Similar trends to Mascot horror are previously known from the slasher films of the 1980s. Wow, we went through that entire fucking, like, tangent, and literally the next sentence on this, literally the next sentence on this definition included slasher films of the 1980s. Okay, well. Oh, I'm so fucking stupid. Oh, we literally went on an hour-long tirade about slasher films and if they count, and it's literally just right here. Oh, I should have read the entire thing. Oh, wait, and the creepypasta-based games of the early 2010s. So they do include creepypasta-styled games. Interesting. Alright. Both of these also revolved around a recognizable character to market their horror-based properties. In contrast to Mascot horror, however, these mascots are often unsettling or disturbing from the get-go, whereas Mascot horror mascots, while sometimes also unsettling in appearance, tend to retain at least some semblance of the idea that they were once intended for children in universe.
Phisnom rage unnecessarily.
Not really, because, like, I like Bendy. It's only the bad ones. You know, there's like, you know how, like, most genres have, like, 90% shit, 10% good stuff? Same thing here. These are the common features many, though by no means all, Mascot horror games have. Oh, we have an actual list! Okay, we have an actual list. Let's see. A recognizable, ostensibly child-friendly mascot or group of mascots serving both to market the game in real life and often also existing as a mascot in-universe to market an in-universe product/establishment. Almost always the antagonist, aside from a very few exceptions, and always the most iconic character in the game, sometimes leading to the creation of a villain-based franchise. So this is usually like the main mascot or the main character of the franchise is the villain, not the hero. We agree to that. We already have this in our definition, in our own custom definition over here. A featureless protagonist, as many of these games are in first person. Would you guys agree with that? I don't think so. I mean, Bendy has, like, Henry, right? Henry is, like, an established character. I don't think that he's, like, featureless, especially on the sequel. Not important. I don't think it's an important, like, definition. Okay, we can strike this off. This is not applicable to our definition. A cartoonish art style, or at least for the mascot specifically, that often contrasts with the horrors found within. Would you say that Poppy Playtime has a cartoonish art style? Well, the mascots themselves are cartoonish, but that's because they're based off of kid-friendly concepts. Bendy has cartoonish art style. But that's because it takes place, like, inside of the machine. Cassie P donates and says, does Suicide Mouse count? Does Treasure Island count? I think it does. I think it does. Mickey and his friends are established mascots within the universe of Treasure Island that then get corrupted by whatever the fuck is going on in there. I could say yes. Style should not be considered, I agree. Rocky Stan donates 10 euros and says, sorry I left to eat. I don't know if it got mentioned, but there is a different mascot horror. There's a difference between mascot horror and indie horror. Hello Neighbor and Slenderman are indie horror. Meanwhile, FNAF and others are mascot horror. But, like, whenever we talked about mascot horror, like, Hello Neighbor gets always lumped in with all of them, though. Let's see. Like, yeah, like, FNAF and most mascot horror games are indie horror. But not all indie horror is mascot horror. Elements of comedy in addition to horror, with many mascot horror games often being parodic in nature. No! I mean, if you want to, you could try. Scott turned the comedy knob up a lot in Sister Location. Finding Frankie has a lot of comedy in it, but Bendy doesn't have much comedy in it. Poppy Playtime does not have much comedy in it, so I would say no. References to popular childhood media, such as child-oriented products or establishments, especially those popular around the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, though pre-1980s examples definitely exist. I think this is good. I think that we should include this, because, for example, Amanda the Adventurer... What does Amanda the Adventurer reference? It references Dora the Explorer and, like, edutainment kids shows, right? FNAF is tied to animatronics and pizza places. Bendy is tied to, like, kids' cartoons. Poppy Playtime is toys. Baki is kindergarten. Garden of Banban is a little kindergarten, yes. Na 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 na. It does tie into nostalgic aspects. Tattletale is based off of Furbies. Baldi is tied to edutainment games like Sonic Schoolhouse. Okay, we need... Is everybody in agreement with that? References to popular childhood media. Are we in agreement? Like, raise your hand if you're in agreement with that. Yes, 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 yes. Champ says yes. Plant Boy says yes. Lori says yes. Selen says yes. Metal Rose says yes. No, the Soviet spy. Okay, everyone says yes. Thank you, Angry Destroyer, for the one gifted. Okay, I think... Is there anyone that says no? Can anyone argue against that? Say... if anybody has anything against this, like, speak your mind now or never. I think we're all good. Okay, good. I will add that into our definition then. That would be references to nostalgic childhood media. No, uses. Uses. Nostalgic. Nostalgic. Childhood. Running this with a mouse is very hard. Childhood. Media. There we go. Sorry, Mr. Peterson, you're out. I think that Hello Neighbor may not count. I think Hello Neighbor may not count. Is mouthwashing mascot horror? It has a corporate mascot instead of a kid's one.
Thank you.
Ah, I don't think so
I
now.
think Hello Neighbor shares a fan base with mascot horror, but is not mascot horror within itself.
Interesting argument, Judy. Interesting argument. Hello Neighbor really only gets lumped in due to the era it came out in during a lot of the big indie horror games like FNAF and Bendy. Mouthwashing is not mascot horror because of Polly. Polly is not the focus of the game. I mean, every single enemy in Mouthwashing is based around Polly. Like, every single one of them. The horse monster in the catwalk section. The centipede monster in the vents. In fact, Polly is the last character you directly talk to in the game. How could you even think mouthwashing is mascot horror? Oh my god. I like how you guys say that as if, like, lumping mouthwashing into mascot horror is like an insult. Hey, Nico Gaming. Hey, we were talking about mascot horror, most have multiple endings. Do those count? Bendy doesn't have multiple endings, so no. Hey, notice Soviet Spy, thank you for the $5.
Hello Neighbor is in this weird limbo where it is in the mascot horror group but isn't mascot horror.
Yeah. It is. It's a fucking insult, you stupid. Dude, the self-hatred mascot horror fans have for their own genre is insane. Like, I'm just talking about the definition, but like putting other games into the same camp is like almost a fucking like like an insult. Like, how dare you? How dare you put this thing that I like into this other genre that I like but also kind of hate a little bit? It's like, okay, yeah, you know what? I'm a fan of Poppy Playtime. I'm a fan of Bendy and the Ink Machine. I'm a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's. But if you dare put mouthwashing in the same group as that pieces of shit, you're out, buddy. It's like, okay, Jesus Christ. How would you feel if I said Resident Evil was mascot horror? Yeah, but there's no mascot in Resident Evil. There's no child-friendly mascot in Resident Evil. You can say mouthwashing is kind of mascot horror if you count Polly as a mascot, you know? Nemesis? In what fucking universe is Nemesis a child-friendly mascot? Are you high? I'm not counting mouthwashing as mascot horror, though. Mostly because Polly is not a child-friendly mascot. It's like a corporate mascot, which it is an actual definition term. Like, there is an actual difference between the two of those concepts. And also, we just added a new fucking, like, requirement to this. Uses nostalgic childhood media. There is no part of mouthwashing in which the main characters use nostalgic childhood media. Hey, hey, Selen, thank you for buying the pins.
Gonna be listening to the stream in the background as I draw. Really enjoying
Yeah.
the discussion happening here.
Thank you. Thank you for buying the pins. You're splitting hairs here. Yeah, but that's why this entire stream is about splitting hairs. Mascot horror is based on children's mascots. Exactly. What if we got a horror game based on a serial mascot? Would it depend on how they execute the mascot? We did! Finding Frankie! Finding Frankie is a serial mascot. No. It does count. Finding Frankie is a serial mascot, so we do have that. And that is absolutely within the mascot horror genre. All right, let's continue this. Let's continue the TV tropes definition. Themes of childhood in general, such as taking place from the point of view of someone who grew up with said children's media, helped create it, or is even a child themselves. Does this count? Would you have themes of childhood? I would say that counts. Like, if you add anything related to childhood, like maybe like a kid's park, a kindergarten, buying like cereal and having like those cereal mascots for children. What the fuck? How could anyone say no? No. Devin Nutt says no. Okay, what is the counter argument for this? Is there any obviously mascot horror games that break this definition? Does the protagonist need to relate to that? No! But they do have to, like, engage with it at some capacity. Like, FNAF has, like, the night guards. They are guarding the pizzeria place. Henry helped create Bendy and Bendy and the Ink Machine. Most unimaginative, bad mascot horror games, you play as a child in those. Is Donnie Darko mascot horror? No. The rabbit is not a child-friendly mascot. For the people that are saying no, is there any actual argument to break this rule? Can't think of anything that breaks the trope. My Friendly Neighborhood is about a children's show wanting to be shown to children again. It's 100% about nostalgia. Absolutely. I see the point and take it back. Okay, let's add it to our definition. What was the thing? Hold on. Themes of childhood. Themes of childhood. There are currently 800 people watching a guy trying to figure out the definition of a fucking genre. Can't believe it. You guys are awesome. Themes of childhood. Alright, let's go back to this. Humans are the real monsters. While the mascot, if physically non-human, is the face of the game and serves as the main antagonist, there may be someone behind the scenes who is either controlling the mascot or caused it to become the way that it is. Someone's asking if Postal is mascot horror. Absolutely not. Soviet Spy. That's dumb. Big evil corporations who like money. I guess the purple guy from FNAF. Whoever the fuck created the prototype in Poppy Playtime. My Friendly Neighborhood is mascot horror, and that... I think the Mascots were the one that's created that. I think the Mascots were, like, the ones that created the problem. It's a possibility, but not a requirement. Yeah, I don't think this should be a requirement, honestly. Yeah, no, this is not a requirement, honestly. Hidden lore. Hidden lore. One of the most clear-cut inspirations from Five Nights at Freddy's. Expect lots of hidden lore that can only be uncovered through environmental storytelling throughout the game or hidden in the code. Wow, that's a fucking, like, dig. Said hidden lore frequently revolves themes of supernatural horror or family trauma, contrasting even further with the art style. I mean, this is not... It needs a game theory video to be understood. I don't think this is necessary, but it's usually an aspect that happens if you're unoriginal, I guess. My Friendly Neighborhood does not have hidden lore. Exactly. Is Scooby-Doo mascot horror? No. Because Scooby is not evil. Scooby is just a friendly little dog, eh? No, I think that hidden lore is not a requirement, but it is a trend if you're unoriginal as fuck or you want to fish out the game theory MatPat video. At least one jump scare as a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's most iconic element. Usually, as is the case in Five Nights at Freddy's, each of the mascots has their own unique jump scare animation that they perform when they catch the player, causing an instant game over. Is that a requirement? Spooky's Mansion could count. I don't know. Does Spooky's Mansion count? Does Spooky's Mansion count as mascot horror? Yeah. It does? No, I would say that's indie horror. But Spooky's does have themes of childhood in it. Spooky herself is a child that wanted to scare people. Huh. I think Hello Neighbor is based on the concept of the creepy neighbor and his house, basically Monster House. You're truing! You're absolutely truing, Verde Creeper. Because... Wait. For the people that are saying yes, Spooky's House of Jump Scares is mascot horror, then you have to include Hello Neighbor in there. You can't, like, pick and choose. Spooky is a mascot, though. No, she isn't. She's not a kid-friendly thing. She's desperately trying to be horrific. The mascot of the game is Spooky. Yeah, but she's not a real in-universe mascot, you know? Unless you want to strike off this definition. Like, we can strike off the definition here and say that no, in fact... It just has to use nostalgic childhood media or themes of childhood. The neighbor isn't a mascot, they're just people. Spooky is a ghost. She's not an in-universe mascot. Spooky shouldn't count. The house is more of a mascot than the neighbor, methinks. If Spooky is an in-universe mascot, then the neighbor is an in-universe mascot. For the people that want to consider Spooky's House of Jump Scares mascot horror, you have to let in the neighbor. You have to let in the neighbor. You see that fucking meme from, like, Inside Out? Like, it's the neighbor standing with joy and all the other, like, emotions and going, what the fuck? Why are you not including me here? You Why am I not an emotion? You included Spookies. And then Spookies is like, fuck you, buddy. I count because my game is good! The neighbor stays out. The ending where she commands a ghost army. That doesn't have anything to do with it. Does the neighbor jump scare count? Because it's literally a chest hair jump scare. It does count, but it's pathetic. Also, I don't think that it needs to have jump scares, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but Bendy doesn't have jump scares. No, never mind, it does. Never mind, I'm stupid. Never mind, yeah, the first fucking thing that you find, the first Bendy that you find is a jump scare. Yes, you're right. But you don't have jump scares for losing. You usually just have like regular ink enemies that beat you to death until you're in a weird ink portal thing. It does have jump scares, but being killed by an enemy does not result in a jump scare in Bendy. You know what? I'm changing my mind. Spookies isn't Mascot Horror just so that you don't have to play Hello Neighbor again. Wow! Spiteful! We exclude Hello Neighbor, but at what cost? If we count Nostalgic Childhood, then does any game based on those legends and rumors we tell each other as kids could count, like saying that a certain doll in a house is cursed, etc. I guess it could. The problem is, so much horror media nowadays has to do with childhood in some capacity that you could include so many things. Like, okay, this is the problem. Guys, pay attention. If we strike off real in-universe mascot from this definition, you could count so many fucking things as mascot horror just because it uses the nostalgic childhood media or themes of childhood definitions. Like, if we strike off this, it opens the floodgates for like 80% of horror media. And at that point, the definition becomes kind of useless, you know? We need to keep the real in-universe mascot rule, I think. Let's make the first poll of the stream, because this is actually extremely important. This will define, like, a lot of the games that I'm gonna be playing on the stream. So, might as well actually get this out of the way and make a vote so that we can actually define this together. Poll time! Hell yeah. I'm having a lot of fun with this stream, by the way. Thank you for being here. Who knew that just talking is a fun thing to do on stream instead of just playing a video game? Let's see. Ask a question. Do we keep the real in-universe mascot rule? Question mark. And then yes or no. Alright, you get to choose this. For those that were just here or were not paying attention or just kind of zoned out, we're basically saying, for it to be a mascot horror game, do you need to include the real in-universe mascot rule, where the mascot must be kid-friendly? Or are uses of nostalgic childhood media and themes of childhood enough for it to count as mascot horror? If we don't count and we strike off the real in-universe mascot rule, then we can include things such as Hello Neighbor and Spooky's House of Jump Scares into the definition of mascot horror. But also, it is kind of risky because it opens up the definition to a lot of other things that we would have to contend with during the stream. It depends on how open we need to make our definition, you know? So right now, 73% of the chat says that we need to keep the real in-universe mascot rule. 30% of the chat, however, disagrees. Without the first rule, you could really argue that almost any horror game is mascot horror. It's a key theme for mascot horror. Like, at least any piece of, horror that uses nostalgic childhood media and themes of childhood. Let's keep it just to keep out Hello Neighbor, Lamau. I feel like having the mascot should be the most fundamental rule. As I see it, it's not needed, but it's heavily heavily preferred. Let Mr. Peterson out, please! Oh my fucking god! I like that this stream is this stream is devolving into pro Hello Neighbor, anti Hello Neighbor. Keep him out! They're fighting! The girls are fighting! The girls are indeed fighting! You can make a good argument, IMO. Venge would count as it features a mascot for Rotnik is horror and the protag is visiting a studio from their childhood. Dollhouse from Spookies. That's just dolls. That's not a very specific mascot, though. Keep the white man out! Hashtag white men are not mascots! Hashtag white men are not mascots! Oh, fucking hell, dude. We have to keep the white man out of our mascot horror games. Oh, this is this is Homer Simpson erasure. Oh, that hurts. Okay, I'm gonna wait until 500 votes, and then we can continue with the definition. Currently, there's 426 votes. Cast out your vote, everybody, because I really, like, I genuinely fucking care about the opinions of people on this stream. Like, we need to come up with a real fucking definition. And when I get to make my charity live stream and people say, wait, why is Hello Neighbor not here? I will say it's because my chat hates white people. Oh, that's gonna get me canceled on Twitter. Oof. Alright. Alright. Almost there, 473 votes. But from what I understand, from what I'm seeing, 73% of people do want to keep the first rule, the first real in-universe mascot rule, so I think we're good. Yeah, I hate myself too. The white self-hatred is burning on this chat. Hey, Addy Shine, thank you for the super chat. If white men are not mascots, then the Monopoly guy and the Pringles guy is not a mascot either. Wait. Is the planter's peanut considered a white man? He is a plantation owner. Ever the Creeper. I think Hello Neighbor is considered mascot horror because of the cartoon child-friendly art style. Ha. I guess. We'll have to see when we actually get to the tier list. By the way, from the people that just joined in, we literally have a tier list here. Like, we are going to define each and every single one of these. So don't you worry your little head. Anyways, 505 votes. We are indeed keeping the real in-universe mascot rule. Congratulations! Woo! The purists have won. Alright. Baby not his mascot horror! No! No! I mean, it is pretty horrific, but I don't think it's on purpose. Hey, Artist of Obsessions, thank you for the $5.
So going by the definition so far, does that mean any Christmas horror game with Santa Claus as the main enemy count as mascot horror? Thoughtful face.
Oh! That's interesting. Which ones would those be, though? Santa is considered a mascot. Mariah Carey is mascot horror. Mariah Carey's a real person! Santa is a mascot for Coca-Cola. Krampus would not count as that's an old legend. Santa is a legitimate mascot. Old legends are just mascots that are really old, though. Like, what's the statute of limitations on that? Like, Cinderella is a mascot, but she's also a legend. Like, Santa's not real? Legends are not mascots! You can never convince me Lowry isn't a mascot. Thank you, C-Mac. Urban legends aren't mascots. Oh my god. What about... Okay, is Santa Claus a mascot? Is Santa Claus a mascot? Is the Jolly Ho-Ho a mascot? Yes. Yes. No! Is Santa a Okay. Is Santa Claus a mascot? Santa Claus, also known as Saint Nicholas, is a legendary figure originating in Western Christian culture who is said to bring gifts during the late evening and overnight hours of Christmas Eve. He is said to accomplish this with the aid of the Christmas elves. It's a subgenre. Santa was created purely for Coca-Cola. No! He was born in 1881. Coca-Cola was not born in 1881. Santa Claus is real! The legend turned into a mascot? Where's the Coca-Cola influence? Images of Santa Claus were conveyed through Haddon Sundblom's depiction of him for the Coca-Cola Company's Christmas advertising in the 1930s. The image spawned urban legends that Santa Claus was invented by Coca-Cola, or that Santa wears red and white because they're the colors used to promote the Coca-Cola brand. Coca-Cola's competitor, Pepsi-Cola, used a similar Santa Claus paintings in its advertisements in the 1940s. It is not owned by Coca-Cola!
Santa is real person, not mascot. Santa deniers keep seething.
I don't think Santa Claus is a mascot. Neither he was invented by the Coca-Cola Company. I think Santa Claus may be a real guy. Look! That's a photo of him! An 1886 depiction of the long-bearded Norse god Odin. Ignore that part. Ignore that text. That's Santa Claus. Santa Claus was condemned to be a mascot. Isn't Santa white? Keep him out! No! Thank you, Baxter. 1850 illustration of Saint Nicholas with a servant pair for... That's a slur. Svarte pie. Perfuetard. And Svarte Pied. Look, that's the real him! It's him! We found him, everybody! He's here! That's a really cool beard, holy shit. Anyway. The Ghost of Christmas Present, an illustration by John Leach, made for Charles Dickens' Festive A Christmas Carol. He's wearing green! He should have kept that look, honestly. Okay, so. Here's a very important fucking question. Does the mascot need to originally have been a mascot for it to count as a mascot? Is Santa Claus a mascot, even though he originally was a real guy? Or does he need to have been made originally for the purposes of being a mascot? Depends. Santa is a mascot for sure. Because if you say no, then we have to exclude Five Nights at Freddy's. If Santa Claus is not a mascot, we have to kill FNAF. Needs to have been made to have been a mascot. Then Five Nights at Freddy's is not mascot horror then! Catlington! Santa in or Freddy out? I will allow it. Santa is not a mascot. Come on! Okay, we need to make another poll. We need to make another poll! Holy shit, this early on. Make a poll. Is Santa Claus a mascot? Question mark. Yes or no? Amazing music that we're putting in the middle of this. We allow Santa because we like him. Is Santa... Okay, legitimately, this is important. Is Jesus Christ a mascot? There's so much merch sold of Jesus Christ. Santa is not a mascot. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, so 333 people are saying that Santa Claus is indeed a mascot. Is the Bible mascot horror? No. It is not made for children, is it? But it's not horror. It's another genre. It's Jesus genre. All right. Very important fucking poll. Very important poll coming up. Is Jesus Christ a mascot? Moment of truth, everybody. Is Jesus Christ of Nazareth a mascot? This is extreme. You don't know how important this is for this entire fucking stream. 50-50! We're 50-50 on this! Literally 50-50. Oh my god, 50-50 on the poll. Because keep in mind, that motherfucker died 2,000 years ago! But people have been selling merch of him for years. What about Luce? Luce is absolutely a mascot, 100%. Like, what is the statute of limitations before a real guy becomes a mascot? You know? Most Jesus depictions are white. But the dude wasn't white. The dude was, like, brown.
Whoever says that Jesus Christ is a mascot, you need to check one in the family 6 you've been slurping.
Dude, Jesus Christ as a mascot was defined by the Catholic and Christian Church for a long time, but that's not how he actually looked like.
Mascot horror games, not the Bible.
This is very important. Okay, Jesus Christ wiki. Let's see. There we go. This motherfucker is actually depicted as white in most merch. You know how much Jesus merch there's out there. You know how much Jesus Christ plushies and figurines there's out there. Officially licensed by the Catholic Church. How do you know how he looks like? He was born in Nazareth! There's memes of Jesus. In fact, I could probably say that Jesus Christ is one of the most popular mascots in the entire world. They make life-sized vinyl statues of Jesus. Hold on. Jesus Nendoroid. Yeah. Look at Get the boat, I'm flooding the stream. Fuck you, Lori, I will part the seas, motherfucker. You can't handle the truth. Mascot, noun. Mascot, plural noun. Mascot's a person or thing that is supposed to bring good luck and or that is used to symbolize a particular event or organization. Oh my god. Is that the definition?
So Jesus is trademarked? That's crazy.
Jesus does not have to be trademarked. In fact, Top Hat, Mickey Mouse went public domain just a few fucking years ago. And Mickey Mouse is absolutely a fucking mascot. Religion does technically have mascots. Also, the Catholic Church has got an anime mascot. Exactly! Mascot definition. Exactly. This is what Glitch Crown was talking about. Mascot, noun, a person or thing that is supposed to bring good luck, especially one linked to a particular organization or event.
Just joined the stream after coming from a marriage in an Orthodox
Act of. We need to get to the bottom of it. Alright. Only 6 more votes in. Will Jesus be a mascot officially? Look up Buddy Christ. I voted no. He's our savior. Thank you, Baxter. Alright. 500. 500.
Thank you.
There we go. This means the
This means
crucifix
the
is also a
crucifix is
mascot by
also a
definition.
mascot by that definition. It doesn't have to necessarily be alive.
No,
right?
the crucifix is not a mascot. The crucifix is basically like Freddy Fazbear's microphone for Jesus Christ. Like Freddy Fazbear has his microphone in which he sings, and Jesus Christ has the crucifix in which he gets like killed on. It's basically the same thing. It's a prop related to the mascot, you know? You know, Freddy Fazbear and Jesus Christ, they have like these iconic elements related to that. The Bite of 87 and like the crucifixion of Jesus Christ are like parallel events. Does that mean the Catholic saints are mascots? I think so. Okay, but wasn't Shadow the real Jesus? Shadow's absolutely a mascot. Also, guys, we finished the poll, and over 50% of the people in the stream. Hey, Gabus, thank you for $5.
I see people with Freddy on their shirts, but I don't see just his microphone now. But you see the cross hanging all over people's necks.
Well, you could also say like the bow tie and the hat and all that.
What's even going on anymore?
You want to know what's going on? You want to know what's going on, Sullen? Jesus always comes back! Thank you, Top Hat. You want to know what's going on? Oh, buddy. You want to... You want to know what's going on right now? You guys have activated my trap card. Because if Jesus Christ, as you guys have agreed on, if Jesus Christ can be considered a mascot, then that means Theodore Peterson can be considered a mascot, meaning that he absolutely can be within the mascot horror genre. Yeah, baby! If we all agree that Jesus Christ of Nazareth can be a mascot, then that means that white people can be considered mascots. Therefore, Theodore Masters Peterson of Hello Neighbor can be considered a child-friendly mascot, which means that it falls within the universe mascot rule, making Hello Neighbor a mascot horror game. He doesn't represent anything. He represents neighbors, Ashers.
So why have you done this?
Because it's really funny to fuck with chat. Hey Gabus, thank you for the $5.
Mascots can be any person /s thing /s that represents something, right? So of course it's Mascot Horror Lol. I would disagree.
I'm sorry? What have I done? You can't take it back, Chad. You can't take it back. You've already voted on the official status of Jesus Christ. You've only made fools of yourselves, Chad. You cannot take it back. I'm sorry? You cannot take it back. So if Christianity exists in the universe, it's mascot horror. I will 100% take the Jesus Christ horror game into account as a mascot horror game. I'm sorry? How many children were born Christian? How many children had to go to church in the past? You could totally make a horror game out of that. Love Thy Neighbor! Exactly, in the cartoon. You could totally make a mascot horror game based around Jesus Christ. Phil, what the holy hell is this? Blasphemy, my boy! Blasphemy all over. This is borderline insanity right now. Agreed, Glitchy.
I am deceased.
Dude, you thought that we were just gonna talk about the fucking definition and then just go away? Nah, son! Welcome to a Phisnom stream. Friday Night Funkin' is mascot horror already. Nah. No, it isn't. We are so off topic. Alright. Let's bring it back. Fucking hell. Let's fucking bring it back. Okay. What are we supposed to say? Oh no! This is the last... This is the second to last definition of the TV tropes definition. An unusually high proportion of children in the fan base.
First the minors, now the Bible thumpers get to cancel Phil.
Thank you, Notice of Its Spy. As these games tend to be outwardly a lot less disturbing than other horror games, expect them to have a large periphery demographic of very young fans, something that the creators may embrace and market to. Is that part of the definition? I mean, not really, because I don't think any child gives a shit about Baki. Baki is definitely part of the mascot horror genre, but I don't think anyone cares a shit about Baki, not even the children. Hey, Hysterical. Also, My Friendly Neighborhood. Yes, My Friendly Neighborhood. I don't think children got into My Friendly Neighborhood. I think that was mostly just boomers that love survival horror games like me. Yeah, no, I don't think we need to care about this definition. Though, it may generally appeal to children because of, you know, Let's Players and stuff like that. In fact, I would say the reason for why mascot horror itself is so famous around children is not because of it being appealing to children immediately, but because children watch a lot of YouTubers like, you know, Game Theory and Markiplier and Jacksepticeye and 8-Bit Ryan, and because those people have such a large, like, children fan base, they get attached to the stuff that they're playing as well. And when that stuff has, like, a kid-friendly mascot attached to it, then it leads into a high proportion of children in the fan base. Let's see. In a meta sense, many of these games are often similar pathways to success as Five Nights at Freddy's, including Let's Play. Oh, just like I said! Many of these games often require similar pathways to success as Five Nights at Freddy's, including Let's Plays and theory videos. Oh, wow! And many theory videos focused around the hidden lore. Okay, yeah. Is Best Friends Play mascot horror? No. I mean, I don't think Pat, Matt, and Wooly cater to children. Here we go. Okay, very important. Note! Many other video games, such as Undertale and Cuphead, are often lumped together with the various games of the strand, with the reasons being that their comparable popularities, being their comparable popularities, and there being a massive overlap between all these games' fandoms. These games also feature easily recognizable characters and were popularized by Let's Plays and videos speculating about their lore, as well as some levels of unexpected horror to varying degrees. However, these games are otherwise different genres from Mascot horror and simply happen to have benefited from a trend at the time. There's also Doki Doki Literature Club, which is technically a different genre of horror, more psychological. I mean, you can have a psychological Mascot horror game. However, it ended up, intentionally or not, utilizing many key traits of Mascot horror. This resulted in it attracting a similar audience, along with it being frequently crossed over with Mascot horror staples, which led to it being lumped in with its contemporaries. I guess it's time to actually discuss Doki Doki Literature Club, because... Click on the note hovering? You mean this? In the case of Cuphead, the game lacks lore altogether, but this didn't stop fans from seeking it. Let's see. Okay, so... Fuck off. Doki Doki Literature Club is indeed a psychological horror game. I can agree on that. But is it Mascot horror? The game itself is marketed in a very friendly way. Now, is it marketed towards children? I could say, like, teenagers, and teenagers do count as children. No. I have to fight chat on this. It's a dating sim. Yes, which is usually a, you know, at least supposed to be a friendly, safe environment. It stated it's psychological horror right off the bat. Yeah! Mascot horror games can be like psychological horror as well. The characters are marketed as love interests / sex objects. We're not going to fuck Freddy Fazbear. They're not marketed as sex objects. They're marketed as just potential, like, dateable characters.
The game was not made with the intent of marketing Mascot characters to children. This does not count.
I guess in universe, Monica and the other club members are not mascots in and of themselves. So it would conflict with the first rule. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Have you guys seen Doki Doki Literature Club Plus? Like, okay. Hold on a second. Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Full gameplay? Full game? Okay, there we go. They're not mascots. Hold on. Just hold on a second. Trust me. Give me a minute. So, this is a Joshi Ball gameplay of Literature Club. So, wait, where's the menu? No, this is not it. Oh, god damn it. I need to find a very specific thing. Because in Doki Doki Literature Club Plus, you have a desktop environment. And that desktop environment... Wow, why does... No one shows this. There we go, finally. Okay. In Doki Doki Literature Club Plus, you have a desktop environment that you can go into that is supposed to be for the Metaverse Enterprise Solutions company. In this one, you can actually connect to DDLC, an actual fictional dating sim plus its side stories. They're the mascots of the app, exactly, King Alex. In this universe, you have an actual game called Doki Doki Literature Club that is a actual kid-friendly, or like at least, you know, friendly dating sim that then corrupts itself. You know? And you have the side stories in which the characters are 100% kid-friendly. And you motherfuckers say that Doki Doki does not count because it's supposed, like, oh my god, like, eroge, like, oh, it's supposed to be for, like, young adults or whatever the fuck. But you know what the side stories are about? The side stories, which include character stories without the influence of any corrupting, like, sentient AI, is about friendly stories about the club members becoming close together and being friends. That is 100% kid-friendly. Like, in Doki Doki Plus, the side stories, which do not have any of the corrupting influence that made Monica into the murderous entity that it is in the main game, have the characters become friends and learn friendship lessons, just like My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Which means that the base Doki Doki app that is used to house these characters, these mascot characters, have a friendly outward appearance without any of the actual horrific shit that happens inside of it. But they're not mascots. We agreed that Jesus Christ was a mascot, which means that anime characters can absolutely be a mascot. In fact, in fucking fact, chat, did you know what was just revealed a few days ago regarding this exact topic? Luce, which is an official Vatican mascot, is a little tiny anime girl. The fucking Christian church endorses Luce and her friends as a friendly mascot for children. It was made by Toki Doki. Come on, guys. This is fucking bullshit. No, I think that you're bullshit. I think that you just hate anime and that's why you don't want to include Doki Doki into mascot horror. The Vatican literally committed blasphemy. I think that the Vatican is just trying to make, like, just trying to connect with the youth, you know? If we agree that Jesus Christ is a mascot, we can also say that Luce herself is a mascot and she is supposed to be an anime girl. She was literally created by Toki Doki and is in the form of a Sanrio, like, anime character. We can also say that for dating sims, the girls inside of the dating sim is a mascot. Look, they have wallpapers and products and music and everything. This is inside of the game. This is supposed to be inside of the in-universe computer, the metaverse thing, the computer thing in the game itself. I do believe that DDLC itself is mascot horror. Metaverse Enterprise Solutions is an in-universe company that you are using in your fake PC world. They're not for children. They're literally doing My Little Pony side stories about friendship and shit. Ashers! I literally do believe that this was supposed to be a family-friendly dating sim, or like at least visual novel. Might not even actually be a dating sim. It might actually just be a visual novel for children about learning to be friends. And then it gets corrupted by the evil influence of the AI in the main game. You know? Hey, Tony Sonic, thank you for the $5.
But is DDLC just a product they made or the actual mascots of the company?
That's a true. You're truing, Tony. We would need to go into the lore of Doki Doki Literature Club in order to get an answer to this, actually. Because I don't know. It's not 100% clear. From what I understand, the company that you're using the computer for in Doki Doki Plus is supposed to be the same company that is studying the sentient AI within Doki Doki Literature Club. Did they make it themselves as character? No, yeah, they did! They did, actually! Yes! The Metaverse Enterprise Solutions made Doki Doki as a fucking visual novel that could then be sent to other people, but a version of that game ended up having artificial intelligence, or at least, like, the minds of real people inserted into them? Which, you know, it's pretty FNAF-y to have, like, the minds of, like, children being inserted into a technological program thing, and then them becoming, like, sentient, you know? I think this is Mascot horror. I'm sorry. I don't know. Well, either way, I don't think that we, like... I'm not gonna be playing Doki Doki in the Mascot horror stream anyway. It so is. It's literally not. We gotta vote on this one. Wanna know another Mascot horror game with a similar plot? Sparky's Hills of Death. What the fuck is that? Let's see. Sparky's Hills of Death. Oh? Oh! What is this? I've never seen this. Sparky, Hills of Death. Hito Corporation immerses players in a dark universe where the monster Sparky comes to life in a sinister way, blurring the boundaries between reality and game, while cybersecurity expert Zack and his girlfriend Marina face strange events both in the game and real life. Let's see.
Game there. Sparky. Whatever the name is called.
There's only one way of spelling Sparky. Sparky.
I've never seen this game before.
So every horror game about anime girls is Mascot horror? No! I would concede to you, Ver the Creeper, that the original Doki Doki Literature Club is not Mascot horror, but then Doki Doki Literature Club Plus released, and it has side stories of uncorrupted versions of the characters, and it has a whole story with Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. That absolutely makes it Mascot horror. Is Andy's Apple Farm not Mascot horror? A lot of people would say that Andy's Apple Farm is Mascot horror and analog horror at the same time. If you count Andy's Apple Farm as Mascot horror, then you have to count Doki Doki as Mascot horror. You know? I think you're just being hypocrites because you don't like anime.
Is it from Hito?
The fuck is this?
Is this a horror game? Why is he like this?
.exe bullshit. Why does this look like Roblox?
Hey! Who is doing this? Jesus.
Little
Christ.
Roblox
What did you
hands.
do to him? Why is this happening?
Hey, IB Puffin, thank you for the $5.
Hey Phil just got here. Did you see there's going to be a Hello Neighbor movie? It was announced right after my dog died. That was my birthday.
Oh my god. Yeah, because they announced a Hello Neighbor movie. I'm so sorry for your loss. Jesus Christ. I do not care about the Hello Neighbor movie. Thank you, IB Puffin. Sorry to hear that, by the way.
How is he doing this? What is he?
Yeah, this is definitely Mascot horror. Oh my god,
Please,
those hands.
Stop! Do not do that!
Do not do that! Stop
Get
it!
off me, you stupid demon!
This is literally just purple bendy. Ooh! Right, so we can definitely call this Mascot horror. I mean, if you replace this with Monica, an anime girl, this is basically DDLC. Sparky Kills of Death. Hills of Death. This might be good to put in the Slopathon, actually. I've never seen this. This was released the 27th of December. I mean, September 2024. Cool game. A lot of potential here. I'm really looking forward to Chapter 2. Oh, it's a fucking chapter-based game. Okay, absolutely Mascot Horror. Alright. I guess we have to fucking make a count then. Chad, after all my arguments, do you believe? Do you really believe? Have I convinced you that Doki Doki is Mascot Horror? Let's see. Let's make a poll. Is Doki Doki Mascot Horror? Doki Doki Literature Club. Keep in mind, before you cast your vote, that the game takes place in an in-universe developer PC working on the game, and the mascots of that game, which are the anime girls, were originally made for a child-friendly purpose of having cute friendship stories where they help each other in the club, and then, because of the influence of some weird, like, AI ghost shit, they were corrupted into these sentient beings that then kill each other in the game. Yuck! There's like that is Mascot Horror. If you say that Doki Doki is not Mascot Horror, then you could say that Andy's Apple Farm is not Mascot Horror. Only yes if you mean the Plus version. I mean, it pivoted into being Mascot Horror just like Five Nights at Freddy's. What child themes though? What children's shows are talking about depression and shit? Dude, fucking Sesame Street? What are you talking about? They're in a club in high school. Like, what do you think? They're talking about depression, about connections, about making friends, opening up to your friends, stuff like that. My Little Pony has lessons about that. And it's all, like, pretty properly, like, conveyed as, like, friendly content. The side stories are pretty, like, child-friendly. 330 people are saying yes. So maybe the chat is just being a loud minority right now. There are so many children's shows that address these real problems IRL in ways that children can digest. Exactly. A literature club. How many children's shows, like, take place in a school club? Like, have you seen Wayside, for example? Like, there's so many cartoons in which, like, characters go to school and learn valuable lessons. The fucking like the mystery school bus or whatever the fuck that was called. Phil Sayori talks about her tits in the first 15 minutes of the corrupted version of the game. The corrupted version of the game is another story. I mean, you know, within the first 15 minutes of Five Nights at Freddy's, Phone Guy talks about how Freddy chomped a fucking child's head off. Or was it Foxy? I don't care. You think that that makes Five Nights at Freddy's not Mascot Horror? Magical School Bus. Exactly, C-Mac. The Magic School Bus is for 10-year-olds. Yeah, we're around the same thing right now. I mean, children are children, whatever. The stream is a headache. Hey, Tony Sonic, thank you for the $5.
Poll or no poll, DDLC and Hello Neighbor will never be Mascot Horror.
Jesus Christ disagrees with you.
One isn't child-friendly, and the other is not scary.
Sorry, Tony Sonic, but, like, most of the time, whenever you bring up an argument, you're fucking wrong, so... If Tony Sonic says no, then they're definitely Mascot Horror. Phone Guy is talking about to another adult, Phil. Alright, we're waiting until 500 votes. 54% of people say that Doki Doki is indeed Mascot Horror. The Magic School Bus was for 10-year-olds, and yet we have seen the fishnut scene. Yeah! In the Magic School Bus, you see... I'm not even gonna talk about that. And sending the neighbor to your house for this. Thinking, yeah, the cartoon. If the DLC is Mascot Horror, then so is Animorphs. No, C-Mac, no matter how autistic you are about, like, Animorphs, I can definitely tell you it's not, because Animorphs is not horror. Doki Doki is a horror game. People say that it's a psychological horror game, so it absolutely fits within that definition. Let's see, your one and only says... And I mean that in a sense that if a Mascot horror game isn't scary, that doesn't stop it from being a horror game. Yeah, it could just be a bad horror game, you know? Because if Naruto could have seen as for children, yeah, even... Why are you bringing up Naruto into the discussion, dude? Naruto is not a horror game. This is the last week's selection all over again? People are getting very triggered because of the polls. Whenever polls are mentioned on the stream, people get very antsy. This is how it feels! Even 55 to 45%. Alright, we're still counting the votes. 40 votes left. Is Doki Doki Literature Club a Mascot horror? Come on, you guys know. You guys know. You guys know the real answer within your hearts. I'm losing my mind. I don't know. This shit is stupid. It is stupid. That doesn't mean that I'm not right. Come on. It's not Mascot horror. I mean, can you really disagree with like 55% of the votes? Come on, 20 more votes. Come on. Hey, the lad, thank you for the super chat.
Fact is not democratically voted on for a reason. The DLC isn't Mascot horror, no matter if people don't think so.
I mean, for this channel's definition, I will uphold democracy. I will uphold the democracy of the toxic cesspit people. And I will accept the results of the poll, regardless of what those results are. What are we gonna start claiming that like the fucking votes were rigged or something? There we go. 500 votes have been achieved. Doki Doki Literature Club is officially a Mascot horror game within the definition of the toxic cesspit. Good job, everybody. I always believed in you. Alright. Let's read the final paragraph of the TV tropes definition. I no longer like democracy. Are people getting fucking PTSD? Does any family-friendly media with slightly disturbing stuff count as Mascot horror? If it's horror, and it's supposed to be child-friendly media that turns dark, then yes, maybe. Phil, what have you done? Does Mallow from SCP count? I have no idea who Mal Zero is, Baxter. Welcome to the Toxic Cesspit, everyone. We are going to be very controversial.
Toxic Cesspit, everyone. We are going to be very controversial.
People are like weirdly, like this is like weirdly fucking like. Am I bringing up like some hidden PTSD that you guys may have? This is bullshit. I'm moving to another cesspit. Hey, Fazbear King, thank you for the membership. Hey, Flack.
So I'm late to this discussion, but don't the Hello Neighbor games fail literally every criteria we've set here? Like, I'm happy to ignore them, but
We're gonna once we actually look at Hello Neighbor as like a distinct entry, we're gonna have to discuss it. Like we discussed Doki Doki and we agreed that it is mascot horror, so you know. We will go to Hello Neighbor when the time is right.
Obama.
Thank you, Rocket, for the 11 months. PTSD, depression, anxiety, I got everything from this shit. You guys really don't like anime. We must storm Phil's house. Thank you, not a Soviet spy. Brave Little Toaster mention, I love it. Brave Little Toaster is not horror.
Is the Brave Little Toaster mascot horror?
It's not horror. It may contain some horrific stuff like Animorphs, but it does not in and of itself make it horror. That's like saying A Hat in Time is a horror game because of the mansion level. It is not. Anyways, let's see. Last paragraph is... Mascot horror is still a genre primarily associated with video games, especially indie ones. However, the success of the genre has inspired works in other mediums to emulate the style of the typical mascot horror games. Certain analog horror series can be considered an extension of mascot horror, primarily those either directly based on or inspired by FNAF. Other horror web series not directly inspired by FNAF, like Chess Kids Archive, could also be considered a form of mascot horror. What is Chess Kids Archive? What is that? These types of works are often more focused on the stories of the people involved. However, with the mascots playing more of a supplementary role, even if they're still the biggest physical threat, often the humans involved are the mascots! You know? Like Jesus Christ! Addie Shine says, is Courage the Dog mascot horror? No. Maybe some episodes, though. What is Chess Kids Archive? What is this? A comprehensive archive of chess.com, or more well known as Chess Kids, a now defunct website for children to learn and have fun. Our team is always open to hints and getting information from our viewers, so please feel free to contact us at chesskids@gmail.com. Interesting. Interesting. Is this like a real-ass thing? Rare lost media found. 2022. Chess Kids saying Christmas favor in. Ooh. My neighbors are hearing this whether they like it or not. So these are just MP3s? Yeah, these are just MP3s. I've never seen this series discussed by anyone. Chess.com, forest adventure footage, lost media. Ooh. That's creepy as shit. I love it. Okay. I'll put that in like the back burner for like my reaction streams to like analog horror media. That looks very, very cool. Anyways, examples. Let's see if we can identify some of these. 1, 2, 3, Slaughter Me Street, agreed. Amanda the Adventurer, Andy's Apple Farm. Why do they put Andy's Apple Farm in here and they don't put Doki Doki? There's a lot here. Okay. Okay. Now that we are down into the examples territory, I think it's time to actually watch some videos. So, this portion of the stream will be us reacting to some videos about mascot horror. Oh, this is a disaster. Chad, why? we have about 3 videos to watch that will help us inform ourselves about mascot horror, and we can discuss the definitions that these videos have. We can disprove them. It all depends on like if it agrees with our definition that we set over here. Seems like, is there anything else that we should add to this? This is what happens when you try to talk theory. Is there anything within this definition, before we watch the videos that we have for the stream, is there anything here that we should add? Does art style count? No, not really. There's a lot of mascot horror games out there, and a lot of them have different art styles. You have Hello Neighbor with like a weird Pixar aesthetic. You have Bendy with like a old toony aesthetic. You have FNAF, which is like almost like point-and-click adventure 90s for like the early games. Add the definition Doki. Doki does not count. Fuck you. I'm not gonna add that. Only thing to add is maybe some trends the games have, which is chapters or several sequels. That's not required, though. Can we count not being Hello Neighbor? Absolutely not. Only thing to add is a fucking brain. Oh my god, lol. Alright, so there is no one here that can provide a proper addition to the definition. So let's watch the experts. For those that do not know, this is John Wolfe. This guy is the originator of the mascot horror actual definition. This is the guy that coined the term mascot horror, and not only that, but originally when he coined the term mascot horror, nobody liked the definition. Everyone said that it was dumb, that makes no sense, I don't like the name mascot horror, but he stuck to his guns, and now everyone is using the term, to the point that YouTubers are putting it in their fucking YouTube titles as like clickbait for like YouTube videos. So if anyone knows what mascot horror is, it would be John Wolfe. Let's see.
Mascot horror. It's a term for a trend in recent indie horror games where they take a friendly-looking mascot, often in a setting aimed at children, like a birthday party pizzeria or a toy factory,
right?
Or even an actual kindergarten, and then they subvert the child-friendly setting and mascot with a horror atmosphere. It's a
subversion. Should we add subversion, like themes of subversion? Usually have subversion of those aspects. I'm gonna add that into our definition, actually. Subversion of kid tropes. Don't worry, we'll make a final definition after all of this is over. Alright, subversion of kid tropes. Thank you, John Wolfe.
interesting because I actually tweeted about this trend in indie horror games 5 years ago. And
thread on the state of mascot horror games. With the rampant success of Baldi's Basics, it further proves that we're in the era of mascot horror. The only horror games that achieve widespread popularity are ones with a clear mascot. Baldi, Granny... Granny? Shit, right, Granny. Aya was supposed to make a video about that. Did Aya's video about Granny come out? Granny's got merchandise. This further proves that the neighbor... Wait, yeah! Yeah. Look at there. John Wolfe, the originator of the mascot horror trend, I mean, mascot horror like definition, agrees that the neighbor from Hello Neighbor is a mascot.
2018, and I called it mascot horror. And at the time, I actually got kind of a negative response to the term. There were a lot
Honestly, hasn't it always been like that with a few exceptions? Most horror films, especially series, I can think of that resonate and stick with people the most revolve a certain figure. Freddy, Jason, Norman Bates, Pennywise, Chucky. Chucky is true. Jaws do be truing, actually.
And at the time, I actually got kind of a
Wouldn't this mascot horror theory mean that certain slashes and spooky killers in horror flicks are mascots? They are mascots today that inspired newer ideas for horror themes, or so I would hope.
negative response to the term. There were a lot of replies arguing with me, basically saying that
Yo, from Manly Badass Hero! I love this guy. You're wrong! Brandability is timeless, and the reason every hit horror movie got 8 sequels. People love characters. They love their Hercules, Gilgamesh, Lone Ranger, Jasons, Freddy Krueger, and so on. This isn't new. It's more noticeable because YouTubers make money from it. I disagree, because none of those are actual kid-friendly mascots. Everyone on Twitter is wrong, as usual, honestly.
that the term mascot horror that I was
There were always mascots before Baldi's or even before YouTube. Jason. Hey Alyssa, thank you for the €6.
Chess is the same channel that ratioed Urban Spooks on TW1 to BTW lol.
Alright, I will check out Chess Kids then. Thank you. Jason, his mask itself is a symbol for the slasher movie genre and so many games. Amnesia, the Dark Descents grunts graced many YouTube thumbnails. And Pyramid Head. Oh, no! No! Not Pyramid Head! It's a mascot for Silent Hill, whether in all games or not. Hashtag branding. No! No, 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 no! Pyramid Head was not supposed to be a friendly kid's mascot. He was an executioner from the fucking 40s. No, 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 no. N-Flirt Gamer is wrong. Hey, Miru Bear, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Phil. Can we consider Sonic.exe to be mascot horror, even though it is a creepypasta? It still uses Sega's mascot. That's my answer. Shit, why did the YouTube video pause? Oh no. Did the stream
wasn't coin worthy.
Well, did the stream crash there for a second? Hopefully not. Okay, good. We good. Don't worry about that. Oof.
I was trying to coin wasn't
Not sure that I would necessarily say that it is the fact that there is a mascot that's driving success. You could also look at it from the perspective that any project or piece of media is easier to sell when people have a single concrete thing to care about. It creates a brand. Remember Robbie the Rabbit? Oh, I mean, Robbie the Rabbit is not the main villain of Silent Hill. You don't even fight Robbie the Rabbit in Silent Hill. So it's not mascot horror.
coin worthy.
Gretchen, stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
Funnily enough, 5 years later, I see the
There
term
we go.
mascot horror everywhere, so I guess it is worth talking about now.
Now.
At least. But anyway, before we get into the examples of mascot horror, I'd like to draw a line in the sand early in this video and show you what it is not. Because you could argue the mascot horror trend started in June 2012 with Slender the 8 Pages.
Oh, does he consider Slender Man mascot horror? People took their families to the execution events. That's not that's fucked up. That's not kid-friendly, Baxter. Come on. What about the dog from Silent Hill 2? He is mascot horror, Phil. A fucking animal is not a mascot. We already talked about this. We can acknowledge that John...
We can acknowledge that John originally coined mascot horror to just mean horror focused on a marketable mascot, but the focus has narrowed since.
True. The dog has headphones. That's not iconic enough. It's just a Shiba Inu.
But I don't consider Slender a mascot horror game.
Okay.
This game came out of what I would term the creepypasta era, which consisted of a lot of characters that were intended from the jump to be creepy. So, you know, you got Slender Man, Jeff the Killer, Tiki Toby.
Who is Tiki Toby? I need to ask Zach about this. They know more about creepypasta than me. Zach! Who is Tiki Toby? Who? What does he look like? Dream? Who's Tiki Toby? A loser. That's what the mask is. Oh no, Zach went offline. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
And all the rejects that never went anywhere. Those frankly throwaway characters are just simply...
Pyramid Head has merch and is an iconic design. Pyramid Head was not made to be a mascot within the universe. Wait. Of Silent Hill, yes.
Traditional horror antagonists. Mascot horror really started with the first Five Nights at Freddy's game in August 2014, which at the time was an incredibly unique game, and it took the world by storm. Now, at first, there were a lot of really obviously derivative Freddy ripoffs that came through, like Five Nights at Treasure Island and other pieces of shovelware, for example, but nothing that really stuck. The first other mascot horror game that I remember was actually Tattletale, which came out at the very end of 2016.
Hell
If you
yeah.
haven't seen it, it's basically a game about fucked up Furbies.
Give me a treat.
I'm gonna give you a real treat. I'm gonna bop you upside the fucking head.
Brush me.
How about I club you over the head with a hammer? How about that?
Jesus
Tattletale
Christ.
definitely fits
John?
the bill for a horror game subverting a friendly-looking mascot, in this case, Furbies. And it was genuinely a fun little game from what I remember. But unfortunately, it was a little ahead of its time, and it didn't reach nearly the heights of popularity that the next mascot horror entry did, which was Bendy and the Ink Machine.
Yeah!
Episode 1 came out in February 2017, and it was only 10 minutes long and basically just a proof of concept. But it was enough to get the ball rolling. By the time episode 3 came along, the brand was in full-fledged merchandising mode.
Heavenly Toys, featuring Bendy and Boris plushies.
Pretty cringe, I would say.
I wonder if those will be for sale soon.
Wrong. The first mascot horror is Bewilder House. It's a circus, and the mascot is a clown. Huh? Bewilder House. Pyramid Head is a mascot for James's mental issues. Yeah, but it's not a kid-friendly mascot. Maybe if James was a child, I guess. What the fuck is Bewilder House?
Hello!
What?
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome to Let's Play Bewilder House. Now, I found
What?
this game. I don't know how I missed it, but it was on Game Jolt, and it looked really interesting. It was describing itself as, like, some sort of a fun house that you go through and...
Thank you, Mark. What is this? Oh, no. This might be... This... Oh, my God. And the device?
Oh, should I really? Okay, I'll take your map.
Wait, is this... When did this come out? 11 years ago? You know the device that all mascot horror games have you hold? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Does this have jump scares? This was back in 2013, before Five Nights at Freddy's? Tell me there's a fucking jump scare somewhere around here. No fucking way. Wow, wait a minute. It has, like, a device, and it has a clown mascot thing. Does it, like, jump scare you? Wait, is that a Weeping Angel style? Yo! He's a Weeping Angel styled enemy! This might actually be the first originator mascot horror game. Can I see the trailer of it? Hold on. The Bewilder House. Game Jolt? Like... Mark said that it was in Game Jolt. Oh my fucking god. 11 years ago. Oh, it looks like something out of Psychonauts. Kinda hate when any post-2010s horror game is put under the mascot horror umbrella term. Well, if the glove fits the crime, you know? Absolutely, this could absolutely... Like, if this released today, this would be called a mascot horror game. First-person puzzle game where you have to overcome a feeling of loss of bearings. Trapped in strange mazes where the walls open and close when you're not looking. You'll have to use your mind and the first-person controls in unusual ways.
Where's the Hawkeye horror game?
All right, let's continue. John's explanation of the genre. Hey, Fart Face, thank you for the 23 months.
I haven't seen Bewilder House in years. Me and my buddies used to pass copies of it out in our school's public computer system in high school. Spooky.
So it is. It was popular with children back in the day. Well, I mean, Markiplier played it, so of course it was popular with children back in the day. That is fascinating, dude. If you're trying to pinpoint the first mascot horror game, Naughty Bear predates this by at least a few years. I don't think that is horror. Unless as a child, Silent Hill 1 mascot horror confirmed. No. Unless it's not a marketable mascot.
And I lost interest in it, but more on that later. Bendy's what really opened the floodgates for mascot horror. Namely, Poppy Playtime, which took things up a notch in the production department and also speed ran the merchandising track. But it wasn't without controversy, with some people starting to notice that the branding for these games was focused on a lot more than the actual games themselves. And that's when we come to the present day, and the latest mascot horror craze, Garten of Bon Bon.
I'm sorry, the way that he pronounced Ban Ban is hilarious.
Already a sequel planned. Garten of Ban Ban 2. I'm just about to play the first one.
So, Garten of Bon Bon takes
Stop
place
it!
in a kindergarten, which you'd be forgiven for not knowing because the name's kind of a mess. But
Yeah.
it's about 20 minutes long, and there's already a sequel planned. Now, this is the game that was apparently the breaking point for a lot of people. There are so many YouTube videos that came out and just
the fucking gatekeeping of Bam Ban.
Past month talking about this game in particular and saying that it's the final straw. They took it too far this time. You know, so I decided to check out the game myself and see if it's really that bad.
Oh my god!
Oh, look. He had red on his hand. He's gotten his hands bloody. What? That's it?
The Sumbo's Oz.
Oh my god. Very little happens.
This is a really old
Okay, so
video. That was about a year ago. That's not old.
The short story is that it really is pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's not that offensive to me, to be honest, especially considering it's a free game, but it definitely comes across as thrown together in a short amount of time to try to get on the express track for merchandising profits.
So right away, I'm noticing something very interesting. You get some merch on the main menu. I think this is the first time I've seen this. Merchandise link on the main menu.
But merchandising aside, Garten of Bonbon's biggest crime to me is that it's impatient. It's impatient with the atmosphere, it's impatient with paying off tension, and it's impatient with the branding. It copied Poppy Playtime's homework, but it did it in such a sloppy, rushed way that it's like they completely missed what made Poppy successful.
That was exactly like Poppy Playtime, when you first see Huggy Wuggy.
Now, I'm not Poppy's biggest fan by any means. You can watch my Poppy boycott video if you want details.
Friday Night Funkin' setup.
But one of the reasons that Poppy Playtime Chapter 1 was such an instant hit is because the payoff was huge. They let you explore this toy factory for a good 20 minutes, and then when the chase with Huggy Wuggy hits, it slaps.
What the? Oh!
That is pretty iconic, not gonna lie.
Hey, Huggy. Oh, he stoops down like Lady Dimitrescu. Look at him. So long, sucker. Oh my god.
That's the right way to pronounce it, by the way, since kindergarten is Quebecian. Huh. I'm pretty sure that's not how it's pronounced in the actual game.
So fast? Huggy knows. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The animations for Huggy are actually incredible for what it was back in Chapter 1.
Sure. Oh, come on. It's not even moving. Oh, it is moving, actually.
Anyways, is that it? Is it talking about the quality? Yeah, this is... The rest of this is talking about the quality of Bonbon in the Mascot horror scene. But, okay, it talks about Baldy. Okay, I want to see John's, like, take on Baldy. For real. Let's just skip through this Bonbon shit.
Okay, that was really anticlimactic.
That's it. That's what all the build-up results.
Elden Ring is Mascot horror, and the mascot is You Died screen. Thank you, King Rowland.
And that's what I mean. It's impatient. Now, I watched some of the devlogs that they posted on YouTube. The guys that made this, Euphoric Brothers, I believe is their name. And I found it interesting how much thought they put into this chase scene with Opila Bird.
We thought having Opila Bird act as a real predator would be something very interesting to see. We decided to have it so that it would only attack you if it felt that you were prey.
What?
Predators do. For example, when you run away from it, and when you don't harm it when it has you cornered. It only attacks when the player tries to flee or when it has taken a good look at the player.
Now that's
really?
great and all, but when you actually play the game,
I didn't
the
know
entire
that.
sequence lasts about 10 seconds. Most people who play this won't even notice the AI because the game isn't designed to highlight it. It's designed for the player to take the quickest shortcut out of there. So even though Opila Bird's AI is actually pretty cool, when the monsters
I didn't know that.
arrive
That's
for
actually
about
pretty cool.
10 seconds, you're unable.
Do any of the rest of the antagonists in Bonbon have that kind of AI? Because that's pretty cool, not gonna lie. If it was, like, showcased a little bit better, that would be a genuinely interesting type of enemy in a Mascot horror game. Rare Ban W. Well, if there was a Mascot horror game, just if there was a genuine, just, like, regular horror game in which you had to run from an animalistic creature, and it genuinely acted like an like a predator, that would be cool. Like, you would have to, like, make yourself look big in order to scare it off. And if you try to run away from it, it would immediately start chasing you. That would be genuinely cool for an AI, for like a stalker enemy. A stalker that's trying to size you up and see if you're a threat or not. And if you don't make yourself out to look big and scary, it would just, like, immediately jump you. That would be cool. Huh.
Able to appreciate it. It's this sort of impatience for both the payoff and the payday that come across as the only lesson learned from other Mascot horror games like Bendy or Poppy, which are two of the most popular games in the genre, and also the two that stand out the most to me as
fucking
games
NFTs.
That were built from the beginning to be profitable merchandise machines.
Wow, hoodies are $50. That's quite expensive. And I gotta say, the art doesn't really...
It's just the fucking characters being placed in a random spot on the shirt.
Doodles.
Frankly, I don't like any of these three games. Bonbon's much more obvious about it.
Alright, let me hear about Baldi, please.
All three have the same underlying issue, and that's that there's no unique concept behind them.
Right.
So let me explain what I mean by this. Let's take a look at Baldi's Basics in Education and Learning versus Garden of Bonbon, okay? So on the surface, they seem similar. They're both graphically
Not
ugly,
really.
they're both simple to a fault, and they're both really lacking in that traditional horror atmosphere that you might get from Tattletale or Five Nights at Freddy's, right?
But it's still mascot horror.
However, I'd make the argument that Baldi's is a far superior game because it has an actual unique concept behind it.
Welcome to Baldi's Basics in Education and Learning. That's me.
Let's look at how to play.
To me, Baldi's is an often misunderstood game in the mascot horror genre. I think a lot of people even just write off as just a meme, but I think Baldi's Basics is actually... It's a clever little satire game. It's a parody of 90s edutainment games, most notably Sonic Schoolhouse. So look, if you don't know what I mean, here's some footage from Sonic Schoolhouse.
Hey, Sonic.
With letters or numbers to enter a classroom.
Thank you, Sonic.
Okay, you get it now? I mean, it's obviously influenced by it. But it's not like that game was...
Oh, my God!
Edutainment games like this almost always had a friendly-looking mascot to guide kids through the game. And this is the concept behind Baldi's Basics. You know, it asks the question, what if the friendly edutainment mascot punished you for answering incorrectly? And it's not just like, oh, what if the mascot was evil, right? What if the mascot wanted to get you? It's, what if the mascot took education so seriously that it wanted to punish you for incorrect answers?
Hey. I hear every door you open. Oh. Uh-oh. He's upset. I think I figured out where that sound's coming from. Okay.
So, in contrast, what's the concept behind Garden of Bonbon? Some mascots at a kindergarten are actually scary and possibly evil. Okay, sure,
fucking
but
jump
like,
scares
you
will
just
never-
described every
will never
single
not
mascot
get
horror
me.
game. There's no added layer to it. There's no unique concept behind it, like there is Baldi's Basics. Poppy Playtime, what's the concept?
All right, so in the entire rest of the video, John just talks about what he believes are good examples and bad examples of mascot horror games, but I don't think we can continue to learn what is a mascot horror game with this video. Let's see, let's skip ahead a little bit.
To believe what we want to believe. A man chooses.
Obviously from
Four
Bioshock.
things. Minimal gameplay with shallow characters and a lot of fetch quests. And the dangling carrot of lore is what carries it. Now, remember those four things, okay? So, Garden of Bonbons.
Okay, there's too much Ban. Okay, enough with this video. Enough with this video. Like, so he's just talking about like the bad examples of what mascot horror games should not do. Okay, that's enough. Enough about the ban. Anyways, next video is by Glamrock Dusky, the most shameless mascot horror and why it doesn't work.
In the world of mascot horror, a few games reign supreme. We've got the greats like Five Nights at Freddy's, Bendy and the Ink Machine, and of course, Sussy's Poppy Playtime. But of course, with greatness, there come the cheap imitations. We could sit here for hours going over every one for every game series, but I think the most fascinating ones come from Poppy Playtime specifically. You definitely already know about a certain popular one, and if you haven't, can I come live under that rock with you? Not not going to go over
I would
Garden
like to
of
stop
Banban
talking
today.
about Bam Ban.
It's honestly been done to death, and I'm
Good.
not sure what more I can add to the conversation. I've been seeing
Thank you,
YouTubers
Dusky.
touching on some new releases that stuck out to me as being kind of funny looking.
Oh.
Upon investigating, I found a new rabbit hole full of a pile of bootleg Huggy Wuggies like no one has ever heard of before, and rightfully so.
I saw Joyville there for a
These games
second.
are, to put it lightly, not works of art, but there's so much more to it than that. I have like a whole theory about why this started. It starts with the game known as Joyville, released in August.
Hell yeah! Joyville mention, my beloved. I like watching her. She has good videos. I'll subscribe. Fucking. Hell yeah.
Joyville has you traversing an abandoned children's play place, where one day, all of the children and employees suddenly went missing. Sound familiar? This game,
Of course.
I will clarify, isn't bad at all. The environmental design of this game
I would
definitely
disagree.
has thought put into it. It controls well, and the monsters, while a tad unoriginal, make sense as children's mascots and...
Is that a fucking minion dinosaur? That... I mean, I guess that's more effort put into it than Bam Ban, I guess. That's a fucking minion.
did have the ability to look threatening when used correctly.
Ugh.
I especially liked the use of the worm that gradually looks hungrier and hungrier as you screw up its wheel puzzle. Given that it doesn't follow you with its eyes until you've made a mistake, I like that it could have been mistaken for a statue. The game also has decent puzzle design, my favorite puzzle being one with blocks, where I needed to determine which to place down and when in order to have the right doors open, allowing
Feels
me
more
to
like a
eventually
Portal
gather all
thing,
blocks to
honestly.
one side of the room to open a door. The game uses a teddy bear as its tool gimmick, which, albeit weird, is harmless. Overall, Joyville was a decent experience that I would say deserves a look, but perhaps not a play until it's on sale.
$10?
I'm not sure it's worth $10
Yeah,
given it
definitely
only lasts
not.
half an hour. This game got noticed by the bigwigs. Dawko, Fusion Z Gamer, it seemed like making a mascot horror game was still open as a quick ticket to fame just by looking at how Wooly Bully here looks so close to Huggy and yet was still getting views. Therefore, a bunch of young devs with starry eyes got to work in their engine of choice to invent their
It's
very
always
own monster
Unreal Engine
desperately in need
5.
of a
What
trip
the
to the
fuck is
dentist.
that?
And now that a lot of them are wrapping up development, we're where we are now. Tons of mascot horror game trailers are popping up left and right. Looking on YouTube right about now, if you search for
New mascot horror game trailer.
sort by views and just scroll for a while,
No
eventually
way.
you'll start to see a bunch of low to average view count videos
Psychosis.
posted within the last 3 months advertising their new mascot horror games trailer, similarly worded each time. Each one
Mascot
has
Bro Studio.
the
Bucky!
same aesthetic of rainbow halls and abandoned play areas. Just to list the ones I found simply by scrolling, we have Happy Place,
What?
Sunny Spot,
What?
Tiny's Kindergarten,
Huh?
Snakey's Complex, Boozy, Toytopia, Playtown,
What?
Circus of Tim Tim, Are You Kidding? Teddy's Tangled Tales,
What?
Candy
That's
World,
not real.
Funler, Bobo's Fun Zone,
What?
Baki.
Bucky!
Leagues more I don't know about. I'm genuinely curious to see if any of these experiences are actually good.
No.
But if I were to sit here and cover every single one of these, this video would be like 2 hours long, and I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. So
Warning, warning, Bucky is coming. You know that fucking short has like 2 million views on the channel, by the way? Just saying, people love Bucky. We're gonna have to replay Bucky on the charity stream. Also, Dusky recommended to search for random mascot horror games on YouTube, so let's do that. New mascot horror game trailer. Alright. Hold on, let's limit this to, like, this month. Oh my god, you can totally just do this. How long is the video? Okay, hold on, Dusky. We're gonna have to, like, try this out. Okay, so, Finding Frankie, absolutely 7 months ago. Don't fret? What the fuck is that? Hey, Jesus, thank you for the super chat.
That Sonic Plays Cool game reminds me of Disney's Villain's Revenge, which is the closest thing Disney officially did for a first-person horror game.
Huh.
You should check it someday.
Thank you. Let's check out Don't Fret. The following demo announcement has been approved for you by the Foundation and Conduct Tech. Scary Kid Studios, Antic Games, Forge the Win, Don'tFretGame.com. Alright. Upcoming horror game.
I'm floating to the end of the sea. Pulling at my heartstrings to see what I see. And the tune keeps a-changing, my chords rearranging.
What?
Buried at the bottom underneath. I'm
The tape head. Oh. Oh, you're playing as a weird cello guy. Violin guy?
Where am I?
Wait, you're playing as the mascot themselves. Did you get turned into one of these things?
Fred! Hello! I was wondering when you'd finally find time to pay me a visit.
Oh, fuck.
I guess there's no turning back now.
The puppet master's pulling
Musical
the strings, so
world.
block you, their staff, you
Resources. Sound Hill 1 puzzle.
Find him and bring him to my office.
Ooh.
I don't believe you. I know he's here.
You're a monster.
Fortune, fortune, what's your fortune gonna be? Fortune, fortune, take your prize.
Play the demo. 14th of October, wishlist today. What is this? Don't Fret is a stylized first-person psychological mascot horror game. It literally just brands itself as one. Literally just branded itself as one. Set in a musically themed world. Play as a guitar named Fred. To solve puzzles, escape from foes, and uncover the mystery behind harmonic heights. Holy shit. Meet Fred. Oh, look at the baby! Oh! He's waving at us. A young talented guitar who is in search of finding a way back home. The baby! Wait, why did that look cool? Why was Stipendium in there? I don't know who Stipendium is. Stylized visuals. With stylized art, unparalleled sound design, and nightmarish creatures, Don't Fret creates a completely unique horror gaming experience. Run and hide. Okay. Distinctive horror gameplay experience. You'll find yourself in a relentless pursuit, running and concealing yourself from the malevolent forces prowling through the ominous halls. Don't be fooled. To the naked eye, the musical world of Don't Fret might be charming. As you dive deeper into the horrific tale, you will sink a psychological nightmare with horrific scenes and set pieces. I'm going to put this on my wish list. I will probably check this out when it comes out. I don't like to play demos on the channel, but this looks like it has potential, so I will wait for whenever it comes out. Developer Antic Games. They only have Don't Fret on their list of games that they've made. Scary Kid Studios. Only Don't Fret. Publisher Scary. Yep, this is the first game. Huh. Interesting. Let's check out more. Muzzy. Bobo's Fun Zone. Okay. Let's do it for 1 month. 1 month ago. Warning, this new mascot horror game is terrifying. Don't fret. The demo's only like 34 minutes long. Silent Mansion. Announced teaser trailer. Silent Mansion. Is this Mascot horror? But the monsters are faster. Is this Mascot horror? It says new Mascot horror game trailer, but it looks more like just regular indie horror. What is the mascot here? In Silent Mansion, you explore the rooms inside of a giant mansion. You will face monsters that were once vessels created in order to trap something greater, failed in what they were meant to do and now abandoned, arisen and stubborn. What dangers would a little soul like you faced in a silent mansion? What a mansion! This just feels like indie horror, actually. I don't think this is Mascot horror. This new Mascot horror game is actually scary. This it's called Sword? Wait a minute.
What's up, guys, and welcome to Zort.
Why are the main characters just blue versions of the PVC pea shooter? It's called fucking Sword. Sword, a horror game where toys in a factory come to life and you need to escape. What the fuck is Zort? Is that disgusting? It's an action adventure and horror game that can be played with up to 4 people. Explore maps with your friends and have fun while escaping from various creatures. What the fuck is Zort? Why are they just PVC pea shooters? They're bugging out. They're ice pea shooters, bro. Play with friends. I want to hear him say it again. I want to hear him say it again.
What's up, guys, and welcome to Zort, a brand new...
You don't know Stipendium? You have to listen to his song Ad Infinitum, a Spamton fan song. You like Will Wood? You will like that song. Write it down. Ooh, I do like Will Wood, actually. I may listen to it after the stream is over. Joyville 2 came out? It's a terrifying new Mascot horror game.
What's up, guys? In today's video, we're going to be checking out Joyville 2. Now, as you get...
I guess I'll have to play that for a charity stream. Breaking into a haunted movie studio. Venge 2.0. What the fuck is Venge?
What's up, guys, and welcome to Venge, a Mascot horror game that we've played on the channel, I think, almost 4 years ago at this...
It's a movie theater? Joyville 2 Elevator Boogaloo. Bob's Arcade Works. New Mascot horror game.
Welcome to your first day on the job. To get started, press the big green button. Uh-oh, it seems like the power has gone out.
Dun 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 dun! Huh? Bob's Arcade Work. Okay, what? Oh, it's an arcade place. Huh? Yeah, you're doing the FNAF 2 trailer style, I guess. It just pops into existence. Yup, it just pops into existence, I guess. Survive the night. Wow. Would Shipwreck 64 count as Mascot horror? Yes. Thank you, Bob. What the fuck? Any more? I'm kind of addicted to this now. Captured. Why does that cat have a huge ass? New Mascot horror game.
Hello?
Civi's Factory. Why are there so many of these games in factories? Puppy playtime, probably. Okay, just... Oh! It's just a friendly Tamagotchi creature, I guess? This video is unavailable. Oh, but look at that creature, though. Alright. 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 Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. We need to go back to the trailer. Sorry. Dusky just baited me with my ADHD. Sorry about that. The children yearn for the factory jobs.
For your viewing pleasure, I have selected 3 of the games listed: Moozy, Playtown, and Toytopia, and we are going to go through them and see what works and what doesn't. From game-breaking bugs to just poor game design choices, we're going to see why these games aren't getting noticed and if they're worth your money. Because yes, none of them are free. Alright, let's put some new friends through the ringer for your entertainment. I'm Glamrock Dusky, and these are the most shameless mascot horror games.
Thank you, Dusky. If anyone wants to watch this video, I recommend you go watch it right now. But I am going to move on, because we still need one more video to watch. But I guess from what we understood from this section of the video, this section of the stream, is that it doesn't matter if the game is horrible or unoriginal or bad or just straight up, like, confusing, as long as it has a little bit of the definition, it still counts as mascot horror. What about cut cafes? Why current mascot horror absolutely sucks?
Okay, look, I know that title sounds very bloated, but it's true. Mascot horror has been around for a while. Many people have done their best to take the reins and make it their own for better or for worse. However, there's a single problem that has plagued the genre for a long time. And that's not just a problem for mascot horror either. Every genre has its problems. Many people don't like point-and-click games for having obscure answers that make you look at a walkthrough and then feel stupid. MMORPGs are notorious for being near impossible to progress at certain points without grinding or forking over cash. Collectathons are often criticized because most developers hide objects nonsensically, often without rewarding the player for true exploration. But you never hear people groan when they hear about a new collectathon or point-and-click popping up.
True.
And that's because there's something tied very heavily with the genre. Although a lot of people talk about the lore, and that's part of what I'm talking about, that doesn't explain why Garten of Banban Reincarnated was able to take the exact
oh my god, that's
story
horrific.
Was so beloved that it inspired the creator to make their own mascot horror game, or why FNAF went from being a series so interesting that changed the game for horror entirely, only for it to now be considered ruined by many older fans.
True.
Well, first things first, let's talk about a good example. For this, let's talk about the game Good Boy. Although it's not technically a mascot horror game due to not having itself a recognizable mascot character with very clickbaitable scares, I feel like it has the most direct example I can give.
What is this game?
Of main and sub lore. Good Boy is a short indie horror game where you play as a young boy on their birthday. You're in a happy home with lots of toys, a loving mother, and 2 cats. However, when you go to get grandma, she gives you a very special gift for being such a good boy. A knife. No! With this, you stab the cat, stab your mom, but your grandma demands more blood, and so it ends with her calling 911 so you can murder the police. However, there are 2 other endings in this game. Instead of killing the cats, you can simply try to kill grandma, to which it's revealed that your grandma was simply a puppet for an unseen force, and by killing her, the demon demands a new host and takes you in her stead. However, if you instead turn your blade to the toy box, we are transported to the entity's domain, where we learn of many other children who were tricked by this demonic entity known as the Master. Apparently, your grandmother had bought the toy box for you, however, because it was the grandmother that used it rather than you, it was her who was swayed by the Master's influence. Upon finding the Master's heart deep in the toy box, we kill it. However, our soul remains trapped in the box for eternity. Either way, it's a short and sweet story. However, there's a rather important thing about this. It has a very distinct main and sub lore, or at the very least, that's what I'll be calling it in this video. Main lore is basically any lore you get by simply playing the game to its completion, whereas sub lore is the stuff between the lines that are found in things like notes, descriptions, secrets, and even things outside of the game like parts of an ARG, ciphers, or books.
Right. You know, for a long while, like, I've struggled to make this definition, like, make this distinction between the two different types of stories. There's a lot of games that rely on sublore to explain basic fucking concepts of their stories, and it kind of pisses me off because it means that I have to, like, trudge to fucking Wikipedia articles or, like, wiki fandom articles, or I have to watch game theory videos to even know what the fuck is going on in most of these games. I like that, like, COD Cafe is making, like, an actual distinction between the two different types of ways that games deliver their stories.
Simpler terms, main lore is what you learn just by doing random quests in Skyrim.
Yeah.
Sublore is the stuff in all those books that you never read. Good Boy is very clear with this. Our main lore is the game's main plot. We are a boy, and during our birthday, we are given a knife by our possessed grandma, where we can stab our family, her, or the demon in the toy box, as well as the fact that our grandmother was possessed by said toy box. The sublore includes the finer details, like our grandmother buying the toy box, the previous possessed kids, or even the details the game never mentioned, like what happened to our father, as he remains completely absent from the game. To get
I really like this aesthetic of, like, the drawn acids and, like, the 2D characters sliding around and, like, portrait-like things. I would like to make a game like this at some point. Doesn't games like Outlast, Amnesia, and Bioshock do that? Yes. If you look at the notes and recordings in Bioshock, I guess that would also be considered sublore. Yes. Hey, Pickled Paint! Welcome to the membership.
better understanding of why this is important, let's look at an infamous example of a bad main lore sublore ratio. Hello Neighbor.
Oh! Wait a second! COD Cafe talking about why Mascot Horror absolutely sucks, including Hello Neighbor. Does that mean that COD Cafe agrees that Hello Neighbor is a Mascot Horror game? Get him out! Release him!
Baseline, our neighbor has a suspicious basement, which we are concerned about after hearing cries for help, and so we break in. But the lore gets complicated when you try to explain further than that. Going just by what we see in the game, the neighbor was in a car crash of some kind, which we only learned about during the dream sequence.
What?
And there's also missing children's posters that might be of his kids, so they didn't die during the car crash. And then there's something about a theme park that's briefly shown, and we get put in the basement, but then we get out, and we were a child during that first part, but now we're like an adult, and then there's a shadow guy, and he has a panic attack, and then he goes home, but the shadow man calls him, oh no, and then there's this dream sequence with a classroom.
Oh yeah, that
and a
fucking
bunch of
mannequin thing.
mannequins. Immediately after, there's a supermarket one, and we get shrunk a lot for some reason, and then we go to the house on his back using an umbrella, and the shadow man's following the neighbor when he puts
It's
up
just like
wanted
Silent
posters
Hill.
and cries. But then we wake up and we're okay now. Now, I don't know a lot about the Hello Neighbor lore, but from what I've seen of both game theory and posture dissecting the TV show, there's apparently several things that just straight up aren't explained here that are explained in the books and the TV show and everything but the games.
Yeah, I agree with you, buddy. I fucking hate Hello Neighbor.
They have their usual game of keep away where they almost answer a major question about the lore, only to not actually answer it, ever. Now this isn't to say that games with a complicated story are inherently bad mascot horror games. However, if you want to make a good mascot horror game, you need to follow one key rule. Upon completing the game, does your player have a basic understanding of the main plot, and do they have a starting point on which to discover the deeper lore should they so choose?
Yeah.
And that last part is very important. Basically, a player should be able to play the entire game and feel like they understand the story on, at the very least, a basic level. But if there are deeper parts of the story, they should be introduced to it in a way that doesn't force them to understand it in order to get the basic story of the game. Knowing the sublore should be a choice, not a requirement. That's the main takeaway here. Another great example of this within Mascot Horror is Amanda the Adventure. Just
Acav Sands, welcome to the Tosa's house, but I don't know, I played Amanda the Adventurer 2, and I would say it is kinda a bit confusing. But you can, you can get the basic gist of what's going on, I agree.
By playing the game, you know the story is about a seemingly demented kid's character who can truly interact with the audience due to being a real person trapped inside who wants out. But by looking deeper, the game rewards you by telling you the circumstances around that. You don't have to know about Sam or Hamlin Entertainment or even the secret tapes to walk away from the game content.
Yeah.
The problem with games like Hello Neighbor or Garten of Banban is that unless you've been following these games since the very beginning, it's near impossible to understand the story, especially if you are late to the party. Garten of Banban started out as a story about finding your lost child while escaping weird experimental monsters.
Really? That's what you got out of it? I don't know what the fucking story of Banban is now that I think about it.
But now it's about teaming up with them to take down the parasitic naughty ones.
What?
Banban conflicts with the side of him that believes it's Dr. Uthman and the side of him that wants to eat your pancreas for some reason. FNAF used to be about a man who murdered 5 kids in a cheap, clunky pizzeria, only for them to possess the animatronics and seek vengeance. But now it's about mad science and immortality, Remnant, robots that look exactly like humans, time-traveling ball pits. When trying
Into the Pit was
explain
cool.
the concept of your game requires several timeline videos, which are constantly changing around because of misunderstandings and retcons, then you have a massive problem that makes it near impossible to get invested with the deeper lore. Which is
Agreed.
the exact problems these games are facing. Everyone wants to be the next FNAF, the next Poppy Playtime, the next big thing, with big YouTubers making the big bucks playing your game, and channels like mine making the big bucks going over the little details to uncover the bigger story. But it's hard to want the bigger story when there is no story to begin with.
True.
Lucy became popular after Dako made an uncharacteristically unenthusiastic title.
Another mascot horror game set in a toy factory with a bootleg Huggy Wuggy. What is this? I fucking love that title. Please tell me that's still called that. Please tell me it's still called that. Oh my god, I fucking love Dako.
About it, calling it another mascot horror game set in a toy factory with a bootleg Huggy Wuggy. But let's say, ignoring the similarities, you want to get invested into the game. So what's the story just by playing?
What's the story of Muzzy?
There's next to none. You get a small amount of information from a very small print, hard to read contract about being a detective, and that this is a toy company called Neuroworld, where we need to get to the Maybed plant of the facility, but doesn't really explain why, other than contract told you to. Now go pick up a gun. Despite wanting to be a lore-based game, it seemingly contradicts what little bits of information it gives us. We're at most told we're investigating because of weird noises, which would imply that the people are unaware of these living moosies.
Well, little guy.
These creatures were clearly front and center because of this pit where the snake-like character emerges from, allowing you to play the minigame. I mean, the character Buckbeak is introduced solely for a rather generic scare, only to immediately die afterwards.
What the fuck is this game?
But in the same breath, it shows us lore documents and scientific diagrams. But why care for
They're
the
robots?
lore when the creators leave it impossible to piece anything together until you buy all 5 chapters, which don't exist yet, and judging by the reception, probably never will. Not to mention, there are several plot points that you can only learn by reading the game page description, like that the company we're investigating, Neuroworld, integrates artificial intelligence into their toys. It's more of a robots gone rogue plotline. But even in knowing this, it doesn't change anything about how you perceive the story. In this case, Muzzy is an example where both the main and
What's that green
sub-lore are
thing?
fed, which is common in nearly every game that people title as a bootleg or a knockoff. Due to their lack of understanding with these integral parts of the genre, they come off as
Look at that
shallow
little
because
guy.
they're attempting to make up for a lack of direction with more
fucking punches you?
characters or more dead kids. Games like Hello Neighbor, on the other hand, are an example of overbloating the sub-lore, leaving very little room to enjoy the story for how it is.
Right.
As a matter of fact, this is the exact reason that the perspective on the
What the
FNAF
fuck?
lore has changed so drastically. Although many people point to the kidification of horror, which to some extent is true, games like Poppy Playtime, which used to pander to the same audience, was able to get away with scenes like this.
Base?
All while still being seen as a kids franchise. Like I said earlier, when it comes to FNAF, there's no real entry point if you wanted to come into the lore right now. Do you start with the games? Well, no, because a lot of it ties into the books. Should you start with the books? No, because it requires knowledge of the games or the events it references. But also, not all books are canon to the games, and not all games are canon to the books. And don't forget about the VR games, and maybe FNAF World, but wait, no, that one's not canon. And don't forget to check for teasers. And on the off chance you do cobble something together that makes sense, get ready for it to be ripped away from you in favor of a really confusing plot twist. Back between games 1 through 3, it seemed to just be a killer who murdered 5 kids that then went on to possess the suits. But then there was FNAF 4, which split the community in half over the mystery of the box, and whether or not the events of it were real or just a dream. And then there was Sister Location, which added the element of endoskeletons entering people via scooping them. And frankly, it's hard to tell where the series went wrong when it comes to its lore. But as they added bit by bit, more and more, it eventually became so overbearing that the main stories become tangled into a web so thick, even its creator admits there's no true cohesive lore timeline anymore. And by the
Okay, you know what? I haven't thought about Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, I have not seriously thought about Five Nights at Freddy's in, like, over a year by this point. Like, I feel pretty out of it. Like, personally, mutually, like, just, like, out of it. And, like, getting to hear all of that from an outsider's perspective, that sounds like a fucking headache. Ugh. Anyways, I have enough of that. Thank you, Cod Cafe, for the video. I would give a like. Go subscribe if you want to see the full video. Alright. I think I came away with that. I came away from that, like... I came away with that a little bit more confused than I already was. So... Phoenix Wright's investigation theme. Let's go. It's time for a serious discussion. It's time to go through and create our very own filter for Mascot horror games. So, we have talked about the definition. The definition of a Mascot horror game is a game in which the main antagonist of the game is a real in-universe mascot that was somehow corrupted and is trying to do harm to you. It must be a horror thing. It can't be a non-horror thing. It has to at least try to be scary. It often uses nostalgic childhood media and themes of childhood in order to, like, attach itself to its players, and it usually subverts usual kids' tropes by making them creepy. Does everyone agree with that definition, or should we change it? Because if not, we have to start categorizing what is and isn't a Mascot horror game from the things that we have played on the channel. These are all games that we have played or will play on the channel, and we need to include these in a list to make sure that I will or will not replay them on stream. I'm confident in what we got. Good. It's even funnier knowing that Scott confirmed Security Breach story was entirely different at what he planned it to be. What? Really? I don't care. That's a generally good definition. Go for it. It's fine by me. Very good. Almost forgot about the tier list. Yeah, that's the entire point. Okay, I guess it's time to explain. Again, for the people that just joined in or joined in the middle of the stream, welcome. The main point of this stream is that I am going to be conducting a Mascot horror marathon on December. You can see on the bottom left. This is the entire point of the stream. On December, like mid-December, like around like December 16th, around that time, I will be doing a charity live stream called the Mascot Horror Marathon, or the Mascot Horror, like, Mascot Subathon, Mascot Horror Subathon, or something like that. And we will be making that a charity live stream, and all donations of that stream will go directly to Jacksepticeye's Thankmas event, which will be for mental health purposes. We are going to be working towards helping out people that are struggling with their mental health. Hopefully also, like, people with depression, people with mental illnesses, people with, like, disorders and stuff like that, in order to help them out live a better life. The Slopathon! Yeah, Slopathon is a good name, actually. This Slopathon will include all Mascot horror games that I have played on the channel in the past. But before we do that, we need to make a proper list of Mascot horror games so that we can slot them in. Thank you, one and only phone dude. We need to make a proper definition. Yeah, we already did a proper definition. This is our definition of Mascot horror. And we will use that to then categorize all these horror games that I've played in the past into these 4 different categories. 100% Mascot horror, weird but still counts, maybe but does not count, and not Mascot horror. Anything above the halfway point, weird but still counts, and above, I will be playing on my Slopathon charity livestream. So, let's begin. Everybody ready? No, Silent Hill 2 does not count as Mascot horror. Also, if I've missed anything from here that you may consider Mascot horror, let me know and I will add it to the tier list. Ready, let's go? Alright. Let's see. 1, 2, 3... Slaughter Me Street. Does that count as Mascot horror? It's technically a parody of Sesame Street. But does that mean that it's Mascot horror? Yes, 100%. Alright. Alien Isolation. Is Alien Isolation Mascot horror? I don't think so, because the alien, it's not a mascot within the universe of the game. No, not at all. Alright. Not Mascot horror. Amanda the Adventurer. Absolutely Mascot horror. Amnesia the Dark Descent. No. Among the Sleep. Now this is a good, like, a good middle ground one. Among the Sleep, if you guys don't know what that is a horror game in which you play as a kid. You play as a kid, a baby, in a nightmare in which various creatures are, like, trying to get you. You solve puzzles, and you have a little teddy bear that helps you out along the way. Among the Sleep is weird. It's like indie horror. I remember this game. It's childish, but not Mascot horror. Not really, nothing is marketable. I mean, the bear is marketable. Look at that little fucker! His head is massive! Megamind ass head. It's adjacent, but not really Mascot. I asked about it and you said no. I know the lad. I have my personal opinion on whether or not this counts. I'm just asking chat because, like, I want chat to decide by themselves as well, you know? Like, it's like a rhetorical question. Hey, it's 5, thank you for the $5.
You know for a fact if things went to their plans, Wayland Yutani would 100% use the Xenomorph
as a friendly mascot. Yeah, Wayland Yutani would absolutely fucking do that. It's just a regular teddy bear. I don't think it counts. Alright, most people say that Among the Sleep is not a Mascot horror game. Should we put it maybe, but it does not count? What do you think? Maybe, but doesn't count. Maybe, but no. Baldi's Basics! Ver the Creeper says, will you include the park? There's an entire video about that. I have not played the park, so it will not be featured in the Slopathon. So no, Ver the Creeper. Baldi's absolutely counts. Weird, but counts. Is Baldi's a horror game? For it to be a Mascot horror game, it needs to be Mascot and horror. Is Baldi's Basics a horror game? Inspired by creepy/bad edutainment games from the 90s, Baldi's Basics is a meta horror game that's really weird, with no real educational value to be found. Why was Baldi's Basics seen as a legitimate horror game? Why is this game so scary? How is this game so scary? It's a 2018 puzzle horror game developed and published by Mika McGonigal. Weird but counts. Alright. We'll put that as weird but counts. Horror parody, I guess. Tries to be, but no, it's more of a puzzle game than horror. Weird but no. Okay, wait. Some people are saying it does not count because it's not a horror game. 100%? Do a poll! Okay. This is very, very important. Is Baldi's Basics a horror game? Not even Mascot horror, just like, is it a horror game? Of course, Baldi is horror. The educational system is fucking terrifying. Thank you, G-Star. It has horror elements. Well, remember the final bit with Baldi where, like, he says, like, he screams in your face and everything turns red? I think that's pretty horrific. Let's see. I'm gonna wait until 500 votes. Creator calls it a horror game. It's a puzzle horror game. It has horror elements. It's a horror comedy. Wikipedia says so. Get out while you still can! I think that's pretty horrific. Many games have horror elements that aren't horror. If multiple sources you just read classifies it as horror, I think it's a horror game. What about in the Kickstarter? Didn't the creator make a Kickstarter for Baldi's Basics Plus? Baldi's Basics Plus Kickstarter. What does the creator say it is? Let's see. So, according to the creator of Baldi's Basics, Baldi's Basics Plus, now in early access, a complete expanded version of the edutainment parody horror type game. Parody horror type? What do you mean horror type? Come on! Horror type. Horror type game with a flair of weirdness. The original was solely created by me in 2 weeks for a 2018 Meta Game Jam. Placed second in the competition. I mean, I don't think the creator ever thought of it as like a full-on horror game. What if I Control F horror? Yeah, the only times that horror is ever uttered in the Kickstarter page is here, where it says horror type. It counts. Alright, 82% also say it counts, so it goes very weird, but it still counts. What about Garden of Banban? Is Garden of Banban and not... Can Garden of Banban be classified as a horror game? Yes. Weird, but it barely counts. 100%. Sadly, yes. Alright, sadly, yes. Bendy, 100% Mascot horror. Baki, 100% Mascot horror. This one is called Boogeyman. Does Boogeyman count as Mascot horror? Boogeyman is a series of games that have like FNAF 4 styled gameplay where a monster tries to get inside of your house. Boogeyman is FNAF-like, but not Mascot horror. It's so nostalgic, though. Like, what about the monster under your bed? What about that kind of like... That's like a nostalgic, like, childhood fear, right? The spooky monster under your bed.
Garden of Banban was a prototype torture method from Guantanamo Bay.
Thank you, Fartface. Boogeyman is a monster from the childhood. That is a childhood thing. It's got FNAF gameplay, but it's like Among the Sleep. There are no Boogeyman plushes. Yeah, because nobody cares about the game. Please put it on, dude. It'll be such a blast from the past. We have to make straight definitions of the term, motherfucker! Markiplier's playthrough the game was nostalgic. Not all Mascot horror games have plushes. Weird, but yes. Alright, we're gonna put it to a vote once again. Is Boogeyman a Mascot horror game? Give me your arguments, people. If I had to personally, if I had to give, like, my personal opinion on it, I would say it's not. But that's because the Boogeyman himself is not a mascot, unless you mean to tell me that we count, like, childhood fears in here. You know? If Jesus is a mascot, then so is the Boogeyman. Fall under the same category as Among the Sleep, says Verticreeper. Personally, I would say no, says Twisted Myth. Creator of Baldi's plans to add horror and lore, sad face. Thank you, Coolio. The Boogeyman himself is kind of a mascot in a nostalgic way. It's got childhood aspects, but not mascot aspects, says A26. Trevor P. Gamer says it uses a survival-like method, but the Boogie is the main antagonist, not oversaturated. The poll currently is at 65% no, so it seems like the majority of people on the stream believe that Boogeyman is not a mascot horror game. If Boogeyman is a mascot, then so is Bruce from Jaws. I voted yes, but I don't know what this is. I don't know what this game is. Fair enough. Well, I guess it is not. Maybe it does not count. Same category as Among the Sleep. What about Beau's Revenge? Has anybody here seen Beau's Revenge? Yes. Yes. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Yes. It is. Yeah, because why not? Yeah, do it. What the fuck is Beau's Revenge? Hey, Nico Gaming, thank you for the $2. As the guy that loves Succosis, I'm rooting for it as well as Duck Season. I'm pretty sure that Duck Season counts. Poe is the mascot of an app. It's weird, but yes. Alright, weird, but yes. Hopefully, maybe we will be able to finish it on that charity livestream then. What about K-Keys? Does K-Keys count as mascot horror? K-Keys Twisted Bakery, does that count as mascot horror? Yes. Is a cake a marketable mascot, motherfuckers? Is it? Everyone's saying yes, sadly it is. K-Keys Twisted Bakery. Would you really call this a children's mascot? I guess. Yeah, look at that. Look at that animatronic thingy. The cake represents the bakery. Human children are the secret ingredient to the strange, monstrous, delicious pastries. Yeah, you even play as a child. Yeah, absolutely. 100% mascot horror. What about Candy? Candy the cat. Doesn't the game take place in an alternate dimension? Yeah, but it's still a bakery, and it has a mascot in the bakery, and you play as a kid. So yes. Okay. Obviously, Five Nights at Candy still obviously counts. Does Case Animatronics count? Does Case Animatronics count? Sadly, yes. No. What are the animatronics in Case Animatronics made for? They're made for killing. They're not made to be friendly mascot characters. They are made to be fucking killer robots. Case Animatronics. Let's see. Would you fucking say this was ever made to entertain children? I don't think so. Look at these. These are made to be like killer machines. I don't think this counts as mascot horror. Not really, but it's also childish. No, the first game takes place in a police precinct. There's nothing childish about this. So maybe, but it doesn't count. Choo Choo Charles, 100% mascot horror. Does Day Shift at Freddy's count as mascot horror? No. Weird, but yes. Sort of. Yes, yes. Weird, but yes. I consider it chaotic horror. Is it horror? Like, obviously, it's a FNAF fan game, so we can absolutely put it in the yes camp for Mascot. But what about horror? Isn't Charles just a train that just mutated? Yeah, but it's like directly parodying Thomas the Tank Engine Were the Creeper, which is a childhood thing, so it's mascot horror. It's a fan game, so it's very questionable. There are a lot of scary shit in it outside of the funny stud, lol. Day Shift for sure as hell does not count as horror. Charles is also the mascot of the mining company in the game. Yeah, Charles absolutely counts as, like, mascot horror. I think weird, but it still counts. I'm afraid to tell you guys that it must be a horror thing. Or at least it tries to be. I don't think that Day Shift at Freddy's counts as mascot horror. I don't think it counts as horror. It's a visual novel, and you guys know what your thoughts are on visual novels being mascot horror, right? Right? Come on. Let's put it up to a vote. Is Day Shift at Freddy's mascot horror? Question mark. Let's see what the people think. I will, just like a regular democracy, I will abide by the choices of the poll. But Phil, you scare kids. You can scare kids without it being a horror game. I think it's just you guys wanting to see me replay Day Shift. You know, I can always just replay Day Shift without the slopathon in it, you know that? I could always just replay it by itself on the channel. You don't have to violently fight for it to be on the slopathon. We need to have a proper definition, guys. Is Day Shift an actual mascot horror game? It has the mascots of Five Nights at Freddy's, but it does not have the horror. If Charles is mascot since it's a company mascot, then so should mouthwashing be a mascot horror game. Ooh, that's tough. Oh shit. If Choo Choo Charles is mascot horror, then mouthwashing should also be mascot horror. Quick question, did you ever cover whether or not creepypasta was actually mascot horror or not? I conked out for a moment. I did not, I forgot about that. Sorry about that, Skello. Creepypasta games, I think they are on their own metric. I think that creepypasta does not count as mascot horror because that is a corruption of an existing real-life mascot into a creepy thing. I think that for it to be a creepypasta, it needs to be like a real-life... No, because Candle Cove also exists. Huh. No, within the universe of the creepypasta, it needs to be a mascot. Like within the universe of the story. is weird. Polly isn't the main villain of mouthwashing. You're truing. You're truing. John Wolfe kind of said that creepypasta was its own thing before mascot horror. The only mascot horror in mouthwashing is not the focus of the game. Yeah, it needs to be the focus of the game. Choo Choo Charles is the focus of Choo Choo Charles. It's literally named after it. In mouthwashing, the mouthwash is more of a mascot than Polly. Creepypasta is definitely its own thing, but there are pastas that are very mascot horror oriented. True, just like there are analog horror series that are using mascot horror tropes in it. Alright, so Day Shift at Freddy's is not mascot horror, so sorry about that, but it is not included on the list. Overlap can happen, but creepypastas are a different thing. Exactly. Hey Nico Gaming, thank you for the $2. Last dono, but the official Sonic Twitter made a post about Sonic.exe, and Sonic is a mascot. Yeah, but not within the universe of Sonic himself. So, sorry about that, but it does not count. I think that you guys made the right choice. Alright, Duck Season. Does Duck Season count as mascot horror? I would say yes. It is directly, like, parodying Duck Hunt. So yes, it does count as mascot horror. What about Endless Inside? Anybody seen Endless Inside? I made a stream of Endless Inside. With Aya, I do believe. Does this count as mascot horror? Get ready to mix scares, puzzles, hidden secrets, exploration, and survive modes around dusty and dark sides with 3 alternate endings into one disturbing night full of strange activity. Weird, but it counts? The problem is, none of these mascots are for children. This is supposed to be a university. Endless Inside, mix free exploration mode and different countdown survive modes, where the player will have to solve and discover the secrets of an old art university. Get ready to solve puzzles and hide to survive. On this place, you will meet all beings who are waiting to get revenge and know about them to understand the story. College students are still mentally children. Oh! That's mean, bro. Actually, yeah, why is there a child's drawing in the middle of a fucking college art student locker? That's this fucking sister location rip-off shit. Bruh. As a college student, I am still mentally a child. God damn it. Weird, but still counts. Still family-friendly, though. College students... No, Phil. I study art in college. Some students just draw like that. Does a furry count as a child friend? Does a furry count as a child-friendly mascot? It can. Yes. Yes. Alright. 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 We count. Weird, but still counts. These are FNAF fan games, so yes, they count. What about Flumpties? Does Flumpties count? 100%? Yes, it counts? What is Flumpty a mascot of? In universe. Look at our definition. Once again, it has to be a real in-universe mascot. What is it a mascot of? An egg. Fuck you. Flumpty's close, but not. He is a god. He is the mascot of eggs. Fuck you. I don't know, man. Just because it's a fan game, it doesn't mean that it's a mascot horror game. I mean, keep in mind, have you guys seen Alien Blackout? Alien Blackout is basically a Five Nights at Freddy's fan game, but it has the xenomorph, and it doesn't mean that that's mascot horror, you know? If Cakey counts, Flumpty counts. But Cakey was the mascot of a bakery, though. It's a parody of a mascot horror game. I think it automatically classifies it as a mascot. Oh, that's tough, isn't it, though? Because inside of the universe of Flumpty, Flumpty himself is not a mascot of anything. Parody of mascot. The art style doesn't mean that it's mascot horror. Birthday Boy Bland is a mascot of birthdays. It's in the fanverse. If this doesn't count, then Hello Neighbor won't. Well, time to do a poll! You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Poll time. Does Flumpties count as mascot horror? We're gonna bring up the definition again. Again, what is mascot horror? It's a real in-universe mascot that must be kid-friendly. Not a regular animal. Must be, or at least tries to be, horror. There may be some comedy in there, but it also has to at least try to be a horror game. It uses childhood nostalgic media, themes of childhood, and subversion of kid tropes. Na 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 na. Keep in mind that by playing this, you will be supporting a controversial figure. Fucking why? That guy is outie here. Flumpties is legit a shitpost turned into a game. We can't say that Flumpty is the mascot of shitposts. He is quite literally known for kidnapping and putting them in death games, so yes. That's not... That's not kid-friendly. Flumpties directly parodies FNAF. I believe in this case it should count. A mascot of a show. Flumpties does not have a show. I don't know what to tell you, man. He is on the news for it! I guess... Wait. I guess in this case, Flumpty would be a popular figure within the universe of Flumpties, which I guess would make him a mascot, kind of like, you know, John Cena is like a mascot, or Jesus Christ. In this case, I guess, like, Flumpty would be like the in-universe version of Jesus Christ in the universe of Flumpties. I think it just barely squeezes in. He's just a bitch, that's his game. Well, Vince McMahon is like a bitch, but he's still pretty iconic for the WWE. John Cena is not a mascot. Dude! Glitch, I'm sorry, but if you become a successful enough creator, and you have a successful enough outfit, and people are cosplaying as you on Halloween, I think that you've become a mascot at that point. Like, I'm sorry, but if a human I think Germa is basically a mascot. Is my definition of a mascot a little bit fucked up? But yes, but if children can dress up as that person in Halloween, I think you've effectively become a mascot of yourself. Real people can indeed be mascots, as we have established with Jesus Christ of Nazareth and Santa Claus. Is any famous person a mascot if they have a relatively iconic design? Yes. I pray for your sanity next month. Oh.
Sanity next month.
Do people dress up as Germa for Halloween? Yes. Alright, so apparently, according to 347 votes, Flumpty does indeed count as mascot horror. Weird, but barely counts. Hey, Boo, thank you for the $5.
If you're popular enough and have an iconic enough of a look to be a skin in Fortnite, like John Cena, you might be kind of a mascot.
Exactly, Boo! Exactly. In fact, I think literally anything that is in Fortnite can be considered a mascot. Fortnite decides. Exactly. Anyway. Whew, that was a toughy one. Oh man, it's been such a long while since I've played Flumpty's 3. That's gonna be a treat to, like, do. That's gonna be great. Alright. Let's see. Finding Frankie, absolutely 100% mascot horror. Fran Bow. Does Fran Bow count as mascot horror? Fran Bow would have counted as mascot horror if we had gotten rid of the real in-universe mascot rule, and we had just taken in the nostalgic childhood media and themes of childhood definition. Fran Bow is indie horror, yes. See what I mean? See what I told you about this being like a really crucial decision in the stream? If this had been eliminated, Fran Bow would have been considered mascot horror. So, good thing that you guys voted for the right definition, I guess. Not mascot horror. Clock Tower. Clock Tower has the Scissor Man, but he is not a friendly mascot, so no. Five Nights at Freddy's, obviously, like pretty much every single game in there. Except FNAF World. I don't think the FNAF World is a mascot horror game. It's just an RPG game. Happy Humble Burger Farm. Anybody remember that? That was one of the first games that I've ever streamed on the channel. That was like one of the first. It's been a while since I've done that. Happy Humble Burger Farm. Remember this? It's been such a long time, dude. Serve customers and maintain the Happy's Humble Burger Farm restaurant alone on the overnight. But be careful, things fall apart if you mess up. Yeah, this is Wait! It's just a cow, so, you know. I mean, the cow does have hair, I guess. Would you consider this a mascot? A proper mascot? I guess it is the mascot of this weird fast food restaurant establishment. She has lipstick and hair. She is a mascot. I mean, I think the first rule is a bit strict, as a character can be a mascot outside of its universe. This can be exemplified by the use of the main face of the game as cover art, merch, etc. Oh, that's fucked up. It's literally a restaurant mascot. It's mascot horror. Fair enough! I'm just trying to split hairs here to make sure that everyone is okay with it. Alright. Alright. I think it's time. I think it's time, everybody. Is Hello Neighbor mascot horror? So by what I defined, Hello Neighbor is indeed mascot horror. You were not there for the conversation of Jesus Christ, Nick. Is Hello Neighbor mascot horror? Please no. Please keep him outside. I don't know, man. Like, a lot of Let's Players. John Wolf says that this is mascot horror. Like, a lot of video essayists say that this is mascot horror. If Jesus is a mascot, then Mr. Peterson can be a mascot. It's not child friendly. It is absolutely child friendly. I don't know what you. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Your neighbor is supposed to be your neighbor is supposed to be child friendly. All right. Let's put it. Jesus is probably a mascot film, but its source isn't horror, so it doesn't count. Well, the source of this game is supposed to be a horror game, so, you know. Let's start a poll. Is Hello Neighbor a mascot horror game? This is like, the chat has been fighting throughout the entire stream for this. Time to see. Time to see. It is the final count. The doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. This is your one chance to redeem yourself, chat. 64% of people agree that Mr. Peterson is a mascot horror icon. This is tough. This is tough. The poll is tough. We agreed that Jesus Christ... We agreed that humans can be mascots. Okay, let's go through this. Let's go through our definition. So, subversion of kids' tropes. So, you always had this thing in childhood of, like, your mom saying, don't talk to strangers and stranger danger and stuff like that, and you have like a friendly neighborhood across across the street. This is absolutely a subversion of kids tropes. It's playing around with the idea that your neighbor may not be a good guy. So, you know, this is like absolutely subversion. Themes of childhood. You literally play as a kid and you talk about, like, the game is about like child trauma, you know? Uses nostalgic childhood media. So we literally play with basketballs and soccer balls and like weird kiddish like devices in the game. Absolutely. And we have like dreams about being kidnapped by our neighbor. Must be a horror thing. Absolutely 100%. A person or thing that is supposed to bring good luck or that is used to symbolize a particular event or organization. I would call Mr. Peterson the mascot for neighbors. And finally, a real in-universe mascot. Is Mr. Peterson a real in-universe mascot in the Hello Neighbor universe? Is he? Is he? The carnival. He runs a theme park. Now, a lot of people say no, but he... Okay. People are gonna hate me for this. People are gonna fucking want my head on a spike for this. But... guess who has in-universe merchandise in the game? Mr. fucking Peterson has a toy version of himself in Hello Neighbor 2. He has merchandise of himself and his kids and the house in Hello Neighbor 2. Figurines and toys of himself as the neighbor from Hello Neighbor, which means that he is indeed can be taken as a real in-universe mascot that is not a regular animal. He has the Hello Neighbor gloves, he has the Hello Neighbor vest, he has the Hello Neighbor mustache. Therefore, thanks to this one fucking doll, we can absolutely say that yes, Hello Neighbor is a mascot horror game.
Thank you.
Objection. The merch isn't sold in the game itself, so he's not an in-game mascot.
We never said that it had to be sold in the game itself. We never said that. It just had to be an in-universe mascot. And if it has a toy, then it's an in-universe mascot. I'm sorry, but I don't make the rules. It's 100% mascot horror. We never said that it had to be sold in the game itself. It just had to be there to make sure that Mr. Peterson fell under the definition of a mascot. If John Cena is a mascot, if Santa Claus is a mascot, if Jesus Christ of Nazareth is a mascot, then your fellow neighbor can be a mascot. Hey Nick, voice acting. Oh no, don't worry. That just falls under the definition of like FNAF fan games. Don't worry about that. Ah shit, wrong music. Anyways, whoa, that was a head turner and a half. All right, so what about Home Safety Hotline? Anybody here? The people that have been here for Home Safety Hotline, is that a mascot horror game? No. Nah. Is Indigo Park a mascot horror game? The creator literally calls it a mascot horror game, so yes. The Joy of Creation. So, The Joy of Creation is interesting because even though it's supposed to be part of the fanverse, the creatures in The Joy of Creation are just demons. They're not mascots in and of themselves. So, like, it's very, very clearly meant to be, like, demonic entities that are taking the form of, like, the characters. Weird, but yes. They took the form of the FNAF characters. Alright, alright. Weird, but still counts. What about, Killer Frequency? I guess not, because the killer is not a marketable character in the story. Joyville, absolutely. Kindergarten. Kindergarten, it takes place in a kindergarten. Children die in the kindergarten. There's a lot of, like, marketable characters in there. There's not horror, though. Not horror. Okay. Kinitoped. Kinitoped is, okay, so Kinitoped... subversion of kids tropes, yes. It's a Bonzi Body styled app, so themes of childhood and uses nostalgic horror childhood media. We will put it 100% in mascot horror. What about Little Nightmares? Little Nightmares has a subversion of kids tropes, themes of childhood, uses nostalgic horror childhood media. No? There's no real in-universe mascot in there. It's indie horror. Barely any animals. No in-universe mascot. Okay. Then that is not. Mary's Arcade, already a fan game, so good. What about Faith? Mortis. Dude, remember Jesus Christ? Does Faith count as mascot horror? We play as a priest, which can be considered a mascot. We are playing... It's a retro game, like an Atari-styled game, so that's like themes of childhood. Hey, Idiovic. Welcome to the membership. Jesus is a mascot. It's like saying Ultra Kill is mascot horror. No. Faith is a horror game. Ultra Kill is not horror. Wait, people cosplay as the killer in Killer Frequency every Halloween. That is the main point of it. You're right, Addy Shine. But this would also fall into, like, the Scream movie category. people dress up as the killer in Killer Frequency, but it's the same thing as, like, the Scream movies and the Ghostface killer. They are trying to dress up as a real killer that really existed, but that was not pivoted towards children, you know? In fact, pranksters, like, use that visage in the game, so it's not a child-friendly character, you know? Alright, Faith is not a Mascot horror game. Meatly Storage House, absolutely a Mascot horror game. A parody Mascot horror game. I bet some of those pranksters are children, though. Interesting. You know they sell child Ghostface costumes, right? Ooh. My Friendly Neighborhood, 100% Mascot horror. Next bots in the back rooms, not Mascot horror. Omori! Now, okay, hear me out. Hear me out on Omori. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Is everybody alright? Is everybody alright? Sorry for that, for some reason my internet cuts out sometimes. I need to figure out what the reason for that is. Yeah, there was a hard lag in there. Make sure to F5 if there is an issue with your stream. F5, everybody. That was my fault. My internet disconnected for like a millisecond. We're back. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. Okay. We need to start wrapping up the stream because the stream is not happy. The stream is not happy. All right. Addy Shine super chats and says, he sort of becomes a mascot for Halloween in that town. The villain's main motivation was that people didn't take it seriously and it sort of became kid-friendly. Oh, right! We may actually put Killer Frequency in the Mascot horror category then. Actually, yeah. Yeah! I can fuck with that. I can fuck with that excuse, actually. I will replay Killer Frequency, then. No. Yes, no. Yes, no. Okay, time to make a poll, then. Is Killer Frequency a Mascot horror game? Hey, Sunspot.
Are you trying to get more endings for duck season this time around?
Yes. I mean, I'll try to get a different ending, cause I can't get every single ending because, like, I gotta be honest, I'll be already busy enough with the schedule as it is. I already have to play dozens of games, and most of them are pretty lengthy. But I'll try to get a different one on that stream, yes. They don't sell Sunny plushies in Universe, but they do sell a lot of the stuff in Omori in Universe, though. Is it friendly at first, though? Champ, we said this already. It doesn't have to be friendly at first in order to categorize itself as a mascot. Otherwise, FNAF wouldn't be a Mascot horror game, remember? Let's see. According to 234 votes, Killer Frequency is indeed a Mascot horror game. Weird, but it still counts. Why do people always vote yes? Holy shit. Nah, not every time. Omori isn't Mascot horror. Let's see. If we go by the list for Omori. Subversion of kids tropes, absolutely 100%. Themes of childhood, 100%. Uses nostalgic childhood media, absolutely 100%. Must be a horror thing, absolutely 100%. Not regular animals, 100%. Real in-universe mascot. I would say that there are some enemies in Omori that do have child-friendly analogs in the real world of the story. Like the fucking Captain Boy and like the Princess and stuff. Like those have their real-life analogs. But the mascots are not the focal points. True. Fine. See what I meant by this being such an important fucking definition? See what I mean? Alright. If that poll had gone a different way, we would be in a different timeline right now. Alright. And according to chat, 300 people voted that Killer Frequency is indeed a mascot horror game. Interesting. Notice Soviet Spy donates $5 and says, "This is why mascot horror can't be defined beyond vibes. Because you always wind up with weird-ass edge cases that most people know aren't mascot horror." I don't know, we're pretty much in agreement with most of this list. What about Pajama Sam? Pajama Sam is not a horror game. Playtime with Percy, 100% mascot horror. Does Popgoes count as a horror game? Yes? Popgoes is a horror game. Alright. What about Popgoes Arcade? Is Popgoes Arcade a horror game? Or just an RPG game? No. Nope. No. No. Popgoes Arcade is analog horror. What? You can play through the entirety of Popgoes Arcade without actually finding anything scary. It has horror elements, but that doesn't mean that it's horror. I mean, Paper Mario is an RPG game that has a fucking horror level. It doesn't count as a horror game. It's an RPG. The Black Rabbit secrets make it count, I'd say. I would say that it doesn't count as a horror game if the thing that is horrific is not a mandatory thing to experience within the game itself. It's a spin-off of Popgoes, but that doesn't mean that it's a horror game in and of itself. A lot of non-horror games have horror elements. I would say that Popgoes Arcade is an RPG with horror elements. Okay, there's a big fight going on the chat for this. Alright. Let us see. Oh, Sack responded to my DM, by the way. Sack, who is Tiki Toby? He is a creepypasta character. He's a Slenderman proxy. I didn't fucking know that. Thank you, Sack. Alright, let us check with a poll. Is Popgoes Arcade a horror game? The reason for why I'm saying a horror game is because Mascot Horror has to have horror in it. So if it's not a horror game, then it's not a Mascot Horror game. Keep in mind, this is the gameplay of Popgoes Arcade. I just want to show you guys what the actual game is like. I can't find gameplay of it right away. Hold on. Gameplay. Shit, it's really difficult. Popgoes Arcade, Doko? There we go. Doko, my beloved. He always has my back. Oh no. Oh no. The stream is dying. Oh no. Is the stream dying or is it just my fucking problem? Oh. We need to wrap up the stream. Really quickly. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. The stream is fine right now. I guess YouTube is having problems right now then. I do have a lot of tabs open on my computer. There we go. Keep in mind, guys, this is the gameplay of Popgoes Arcade, if I can even fucking get it right now. Close your tabs, Phil. Oh my god. I'm trying. Well, here is a gameplay screenshot of Popgoes Arcade, I guess. Oh. So hi, Phil. It's been a bit. Hey, Green Lion, how's it going? There we go. So this is the gameplay of Popgoes Arcade. Would you consider this a mascot horror, or would you consider this a horror game? Because, like, it's an RPG, I guess. It's like a Paper Mario thingy. You fight monsters inside of the arcade machine, but, like, nothing comes out to get you or jump scare you if you stay on the critical path. There is some horror elements if you go out of the path to experience them, but the main game is, like, 100% just a regular RPG, you know? 300 people, or I'm gonna just wait until 300 votes are done. No, not really, no. Oh, okay, we need to start closing tabs, because this shit do be dying. There we go. We're gonna keep the tabs to this amount, otherwise the stream is gonna just absolutely die. Wait, did the poll die? Oh, it was replaced by an AI summary. Viewers are discussing the type of game they're currently watching Phil play on stream. Some think it's a horror game, while others disagree. Thank you, AI. Fuck off forever. Okay, so according to 334 people, Popgoes Arcade is not a horror game. So we will discount it. Let's see. Poppy Playtime. Absolutely 100% mascot horror. Rachel's 100% mascot horror. What was this? Even? Does anybody know what this fucking clown thing is called? I don't even remember. I don't know. Hold on a second. Circus of Willy? Circus of Tim Tim, I think it was called? No, it's not Circus of Tim Tim. What the fuck was this clown thing? Riot of Willy. Is this a mascot horror game? Riot of Willy is a horror game with an adventure twist. Your task is to solve puzzles and not to get caught by the monsters. They all hear and see you, so be careful. Explore the locations and survive this thrilling horror game. I mean, is that what's a... Yeah, that was a fucking crucifix. I remember you playing it. Is this mascot horror? When did you even play this? I don't fucking remember. I will eat you! Roar! Looks like it. In a dark, forgotten forest stands an abandoned house where human experiments were conducted. The evil Dr. Willy! The evil Dr. Willy tested a substance that turned people into monsters. Now these monsters hide in this house and wait for people to come there to take their souls and feel alive again. Willy himself has also turned into a monster. He is hiding in the basement and waiting for the new souls. You came to this house to find out the truth, and now your task is to escape and get out of there. I don't think this counts as a mascot horror game. Willy do be waiting. Willy do be waiting. But I think this just takes place in some dumb fuck's house. I don't think this is like a childhood location or anything. Dr. Wowie. It's not a mascot horror game. Alright, good. Because I don't want to play fucking Riot of Whale or some shit like that. Maybe it counts a little bit. Is Shipwreck 64 a Mascot horror game? Everybody here loves Shipwreck 64. Yes, says Twisted Myth. Paradox says yes. Pickled Paint Palette says yes. Sunspot says thank God. Neon says yes. Champ says yes. Voidless Nick says yes. Yes, yes. Hell yeah. Of course! Of course! I also want you to finish it. Fair enough. 100% Mascot horror. Is Slender Man a Mascot horror game? John Wolfe, the creator of the term Mascot horror, says no. No, no, no. Slender isn't. He's a creepypasta. Kudos Watching says nah. Glitch says nah. Crazy says no. Chrissy says, no, I don't think so. The Lad says no. Pyro Train Thing says no. Asher says nah. No merch in the game. Would you consider drawings to be merch? Because if so, Slender has a lot of pages that he would like you to collect. No. Not even close. No. Alright. Not Mascot horror. What about Sparky Marky? Is that Mascot horror? Is that Mascot horror? Is that Mascot horror, Chad? Is Sparky Marky Mascot horror? Chad, I need you to answer me honestly. Is Sparky Marky Mascot horror? Unfortunately, yes. Yes. Ugh, yes. I'm afraid it is. Sadly, yes. Yes, sadly. Yes. I think I have to agree it is. There's no escaping Sparky Marky. Yes, but please don't replay it. I need to find any excuse. Any excuse at all. What is Sparky Marky? Can we get a definition for what Sparky Marky is? Oh. Explore an abandoned children's recreational camp. For children. A children's recreational camp, huh? Yeah, it's totally a Mascot horror game. Is Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion a Mascot horror game? No? No. Yes. No. No. I refuse. No, not really. I think he's a potato. What? She's the mascot of the mansion. Does she have in-universe merch? Like the neighbor from Hello Neighbor? Spooky herself is not a mascot. Not Mascot horror. No. No, she does not. No. What we said earlier, I think we might have voted on this. She has no in-universe merch. She has paintings! She does have paintings. Spooky is on an arcade. Spooky is indeed on an arcade machine. Hold on a second. Would you classify this as a product? Hold on, not this one. Would you classify this as in-universe merchandise? Mall of the Spook. See? Spooky is a mascot. She made it herself, right? Yeah, just like the neighbor from Hello Neighbor. If the neighbor counts, then she counts. Let's see, any other ones? Right, a car one. Does she appear in the car one? Yeah, she does spooky card, see? It make YouTube Psycho. It may count. I hate that self-made counts, but it does. Okay, we're gonna have to put a poll on this. Does Spooky's jump scare mansion count? Question mark. Spooky is quite a marketable character herself. She is the face of the mansion. The mansion is literally called Spooky's. Just like, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's, there's also Spooky's. The mansion is named after her. She has merchandise like paintings and arcade machines named after her. Keep in mind, Freddy FNAF also has arcade machines named after him as well. Self-made shouldn't count. It does count because it's merchandise. Why shouldn't it count? Self-made merchandise is still merchandise that is owned by someone. Just because a product was not well sold, it doesn't mean that it's not a product. Let's see. Phisnom, you do realize that if Spooky doesn't count, then Hello Neighbor doesn't count. I am literally leaving it up to the chat, you know? And it seems, according to the chat, 69% of people, nice, consider Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion as mascot horror. I mean, keep in fucking mind, people. Keep in mind. We also have this on Spooky.
Yes, hello. Hello, hi.
You know? Self-made isn't merch. Hey. There is a user here in this chat and in the Toxic Cesspit called Neon the Cartoon, and she makes amazing self-made, like, plushies and, like, figurines and stuff. Not figurines, like bunny little thingies on Etsy. She makes self-made merchandise and sells it on Etsy. That is merchandise. She makes it of Fi, you know? Like, before the official Fi plushie, there was, like, she made the first, like, actual Fi plushie, you know? Come on. Tell Neon to her face that her stuff is not merchandise. Come on. Are you gonna be that mean? But those aren't merch unless it's sold. I don't know. Does it count? Neon, you're the one that has made of, like, not official, but, like, you've made your own, like, plushies and stuff in the past. Would you consider that merchandise? I think Neon is the expert here, if you really think about it. You know? Does that count? Guys, check out my Etsy. She makes really good shit. By the way, like, since we're in the topic of this as well, if you want to make your own Toxic Cesspit merchandise, like self-made merchandise, and sell it on Etsy, that's also 100% valid. Like, I gave permission on my Blue Sky, but no one, like, not everyone follows me on my Blue Sky. Follow me on Blue Sky, by the way. But if you want to make your own handmade Toxic Cesspit merchandise, you're 100% allowed to sell it on Etsy or other stores like that. I would like to, like, buy some of them if like, you're up for selling it, you know? Like, people can make some good-ass shit and sell it on Etsy. If you sell it, it's merchandise. If you don't, you just put it in your house. It's decoration. Nah. I would disagree with that. She sells her merchandise on her Etsy so Spooky can make her own merchandise in the game. My bunnies count as merchandise. Exactly, Neon. What about commissions? What about art commissions? Would you say that somebody making art for another person counts as merch? Or like a product? I would say that if an artist commissions, like if you commission an artist for a one-time made product, like a figure or like a piece of art, I would say that counts as a product. I would say that counts as a product. If you commission an artist to make a single figurine or plushie or painting or picture or digital thing, you know? Alright, and with that, it seems that yes, Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion does count as mascot horror. Weird, it's a weird game, but it does count. Alright. Final 7. Tattletale, 100% mascot horror. Tierland, 100% mascot horror. That's Not My Neighbor. It has neighbor in the title. Is That's Not My Neighbor mascot horror? No. Nah. No. No? No. There is not a single mascot. True, but there's a lot of neighbors. Not a mascot horror. Tyke's Lumber Company. Now, this one is a weird one because it is technically a Chipper and Sons fan game. Tyke and Sons Lumber Co. We're gonna watch the fucking Aya video. Hey, Aya. This is technically a Chipper and Sons fan game. Weird, but yes. Like, there is, like, night sections in this, and it does count as horror, I guess. And it has recognizable mascots. Weird, but yes. Alright. Web of Cogs and Oil, absolutely. Sucosis. Okay. This is... this is funny. This is funny. Is Sucosis or Tsunomally mascot horror? Why Sucosis even? Because it does ride the wave of the mascot horror genre. No, normal-ass animals don't count. Okay, not. But Tsunomally does not have regular-ass animals. It has corrupted-ass animals. Also, Aya himself said that it was a mascot horror game. Tsunomally is mascot horror. Tsunomally could maybe well be, actually. Get Aya in here. Alright. Is Tsunomally mascot horror? Question mark. These are not regular-ass animals. These are distinct designs of weird alien creatures that resemble animals. In the lore of the game, they're not even actually animals. They're like weird alien creatures. This one counts. Weird but counts. Look at that fucking Bunui. Where is the mascot? The mascot is the zookeeper. There we go. There it is. Look at that guy. The zookeeper is the mascot. Why is my PC struggling to do all of this? That's weird. Reminder, the fucked up cat is the dev's mascot. Ooh. The origin comes from TikTok. Tsunomally is quite mascot horror-esque. The animals are the mascots. And it is a corruption of children's entertainment. Zoos are very popular among children. This one counts. Since Sucosis is normal animals that may have been mutated, they are not mascots. It's a weird but counts. Alright. Oh my god, it's been fucking 5 hours! There we go, people. We have managed to successfully answer the question. Answer what I needed, really. Like, we needed this list for, like, for the Slopathon. I mean, I tricked you guys. I basically just needed to, like, sort out what games I was gonna be playing for the Slopathon. I will be playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Around over 40 games. December is gonna be a long month for me on the channel. Boy. Long stream incoming. Well, no, that's not... That's gonna be like a week-long endeavor. Over a week-long endeavor. Season 5 is gonna be ending early. Woo! I'm gonna need a break after that. Bless your fucking sanity. Alright, so for the people that came into the middle of this and didn't know why we were doing this, once again, I am using this stream as advertisement because in December, we will be doing a charity live stream to support Jacksepticeye's Thankmas event, in which we will be donating all the proceeds of the Mascot Horror Slopathon to mental health organizations for people struggling with depression, mental health issues, and other mental health irregularities. December is going to be the month for mental health here on the Toxic Cesspit. The charity live stream is set to go live around December 16th, and is going to be, we're going to be playing all the Mascot horror games that we just counted here, from December 16th all the way through to fucking probably Christmas, honestly. So put that in your calendar, December 16th. The official time where we just make Phil go insane, I guess. You know? Is depression the true Mascot horror? I mean, I've had it since childhood, so maybe. Grizzlies? Yeah, Grizzlies does count as a... Wait, I think Grizzlies got delisted off of Game Jolts. If the game is not available for me to play, then no. But yes, we will be playing most of the FNAF fan games that we played back at the original birth of the channel. Well, that's it. Thank you all for coming into the stream. Is there literally anything else that we need to cover? I think we're pretty good. The OG Season 1 of Phisnom. This will be fun. Oh boy, will it be. Also, for the people that are still here, there's still 700 of you here, I also have one last thing to announce. Live announcements! Jangling keys in front of on the chat. Live announcement! I said before that I was going to do an art contest for t-shirts to be sold of the Toxic Cesspit. Sadly, I will have to postpone that art contest into a few months in the future. Because I got an email. I got an email from a very specific company. That's not Gamersubs. It's not Gamersubs. I got an email from a very specific company a few months back. The email strikes again! Guys, I got a very specific email from a company a few months back, and all throughout the year, we've been working on a new PLUSH. Not a makeshift one. It is not a makeshift PLUSH. It is a new PLUSH available from a different company that you may be familiar with. I've been working with this company for months. And finally, at the end of 2024, they are finally ready to release it. Now, it is kind of some bad timing that I'm doing a charity stream and a release of a new 5 plush. So I kind of moved it. I moved the charity stream to the 16th. But at the start of December, you will be able to buy a new 5 plush from a company whose name I can't tell you. But I promise you that this company is tried their best with the plush, and I made sure to make sure that it is the highest quality it can be. And I can tell you right away, it's the best plush that I've ever sold for the channel. So, if you're interested, because like I know that I sold to you hoodies, I sold to you pins, I sold to you vinyl figures. But I know that most people here in the Toxic Cesspit love plushies the most. So I guess, you know, it's time to like give people what they want and give them an actual collectible plushie that will beat the shit out of anything else that you've gotten in the past. I've shown it to some other people. I've shown it to some co-hosts, and they say that it rocks. So please save your money for December. You will be able to see some teasers popping up soon of the new plushie. And I won't tell you what company it is. You can guess it. You can guess it on the comments of this VOD, I guess. If you're very interested in it, you can guess which company it is on the comments of this VOD. Hopefully you guys will be excited for that. It's $30, by the way. $30. It's not like 40, 50. It's not like mega expensive. I made sure that the quality of the plush and the price was like acceptable for people, you know? So I'm not gonna hit you with $100 plush out of nowhere, you know? Anyways, hopefully you guys will look forward to that. Thank you for helping me define Mascot Horror. This is the official Mascot Horror definition of the Toxic Cesspit. I will probably make like a playlist of like all Mascot Horror games on the channel. I will make a playlist with all of these so that people can see the Mascot Horror games that I've played. And please look forward to the charity stream.
Thank you, businessman Phil.
No problem, Soup. I need to cut it down with the merchandise a little bit, though. Like, with the gamer subs and this new plushie, like, I really can't accept more brand deals or, like, sponsors. I think we'll be sticking to that for, like, the foreseeable future. And for the art contest, we will be moving that to a few months in 2025. So, sorry for the delay, but hopefully, once you see the plush, you will understand why I need to make sure that that thing succeeds. It's just fucking lovely, in my opinion. Alright. It's time to go. Thank you, everyone, for your help. And I'll have to read your thoughts and theories about the plushie in the comments of the VOD. I'll see you later, alright? See you tomorrow for In Stars and Time. An RPG game that people have been recommending me to play a lot. It's kind of like Omori, I think. I'm not sure. Bye-bye.